Should be no problem.
Nope.
The process is going to be the same. You just click a different thing. But we got to input them in to the whatever this is. I told the guy too, I'm like, I'll be honest with you. I am not techie at all. And he laughs. He's like, well, aren't you the producer? I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm not the producer because I'm an engineer. So he's going to walk me through it.
Are you techie?
And besides,
yes or no? How about that for a poll question?
yep, are you techie? And that's when you said, and besides, sir, I'm working with equipment from all the way back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So, we're live.
We have to be at some point before.
I know, I got it. Although we went live at 6 o'clock the other day, so take it easy.
There is a lot of snark going around between the three of us.
And then your brother's the first one in the Twitch chat room. Go to bed, goodness. Miles.
Miles has been up.
Wow.
By the way,
is the whole family that optimistic, by the way? All right, look at you. It's just great to be above the dirt.
Well, no blank.
Yeah, I guess it beats the alternative.
I think me, Miles, and my dad are probably... We carry them. I don't know.
The happy, peppy, bursting with love banner? Is that what
most of that? Yeah, not that many.
So I relate to your mom? Is that what you're saying?
No, she's happy, peppy.
She is, but she's a realist. My mom's a realist. She's like the only one out of the five of us that will just tell you straight up. Today's going to suck or today's good.
So wife and I like this cop show. And we're watching it last night, and the new chief says, listen, the stats are really good. You know, the stats are down and what have you. What we're doing is working. And the one sergeant looks at her and goes, yeah, maybe it's just been cold and people aren't going to shoot one another until it's warm. And my wife looks at me and goes, that's you, isn't it? I go, yes, that's exactly how my career has gone. The boss at the front of the room has gone, ha, 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 ha. And I said, yeah, maybe it's just been cold outside.
What's the name of the show?
Chicago PD. We found it the show was 8-9 years into its existence when we found it. So we tape a bunch of episodes.
Not that it makes the cut, but today in '68, Lennon and McCartney were on the Tonight Show. Joe Garagiola was the substitute host.
Wow.
Right.
Was it a Monday? Remember Johnny didn't work Mondays?
Was it a Monday in March?
Well, because Johnny famously, early in his career, although I don't think that early in his career, but Johnny only worked 4 days a week for probably half his run.
Yeah, Stern wasn't the first to cut it to a short week.
No.
Or Greeny.
That's Johnny helped make Joan Rivers. He made Joan Rivers his designated Monday fill-in host.
I love Joan Rivers. She rocks. She fits into my demographic with Cher and who else was I talking about? I don't know. We're coming. We're coming.
You do know she's on the wrong side of the ground, right?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over the hump together. I hope you've had a good week. We've got a nice show lined up for you and plenty to talk about. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. Doing well. I mean, this is, we say it, and I don't want it to sound like we're just not mailing it in, but clichéing it up. But I love this time of the year. I love every night watching hockey and basketball. I absolutely love the spring for the playoffs. As much as everybody gets into football season, I am like a kid in a candy store every night when I can come home, throw a basketball game on one TV, a hockey game on the other, and let it play out to see which one I want to watch and listen to more of. It is terrific.
And not only that, we got drama. In the second round, we got drama. We had series that were pretty easy in the first round throughout both hockey and basketball. Not all of them, but most of them. And now we're getting some drama. Teams turning series around. Teams not willing for their seasons to be over. Forcing extra games in a series. All right, let's do this. Caitlin Clark made her pro debut last night. How many of you watched? Not a great debut either. Apparently, the level of competition is a little better now.
Interesting, isn't it?
Huh. Maybe they're older, bigger, more athletic. All right, they've been doing this a while. Maybe even better coaching. I don't know. It's possible.
She wasn't bad.
This just in. The Knicks just got another offensive rebound, and Caitlin Clark just turned the ball over again.
Yeah, you're a point guard, and your assist-to-turnover ratio is 3-10.
That's bad.
That's a rough night.
Awful.
That's a rough night.
Give me she had a good night. She had a bad night.
No, from that standpoint, that's fair.
From what standpoint did she have a good night?
I think scoring 20, albeit 8 in the fourth quarter.
In a game where they were down by what?
20.
Oh, okay. So garbage time points.
Bad team.
So yeah. You like the quarterback. I mean, this is you, the Lions fan. Of all those years that they were bad, and Jared Goff gets these yards in garbage time.
He liked Blake Bortles. Remember?
Yes.
Blake was the master of the down 3 scores in the fourth quarter, finding a way to put 180 more passing yards and 2 touchdowns on the board, and the Jags lose by 13. But you're like, yeah, look at my quarterback in fantasy. He delivered. Yeah, he's not good. He's the reason they were down 3 scores going to the fourth. He was a Blake Bortles fan. You had Blake Bortles on your fantasy team, didn't you?
Maybe.
See? That was Caitlin Clark last night. Caitlin Clark was Blake Bortles. When it was a game, she was lousy. When it became a blowout in the fourth quarter, she said, things seem to be loosening up. So it happens. All right, a lot of pressure on her. Better level of competition. They're not a good team. They were picking first for a reason. This isn't like
last year too, didn't they?
Yes. They've gotten basically the national, player of the year in back-to-back years in the draft. And they're still not thought of as a good team. So there. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. For those new to the show, say in Huntsville, say in Jacksonville, and even those up and down I-75 who are finding us, and we're very appreciative of that. You remember The Jerk? And that's not Miller and or Moulton. It was a movie with Steve Martin.
David? I mean, you have to be of a certain age to remember The Jerk.
Right. I understand. But, people find movies long after they've been released. They find movies long after, their, prime slot in life. Just like we find TV shows, we find them like year 9 of their run. And I'm like, it's a pretty good show. How long has this been on? 2014.
I got you. I just want you to, do you know when The Jerk was released?
Oh, boy. You're going to do this. Was it way back in the 80s?
No. That's why when you bring it up, you really got to have a frame of reference. It was all the way back in the 70s.
Holy blank. Seriously.
Yes.
Okay, so to the 9 of you out there who remember, there's a scene in it in which Steve Martin is running down the street yelling, "The new phone books are here, the new phone books are here." And very early in Miller and Moulton's existence, that's what the schedule release day was for us. It used to be at 2 in the afternoon in a random middle of the week with very little warning. And it was very exciting because we were doing afternoons, and all of a sudden, oh my goodness, the schedule is out. In fact, the schedule would be released before the draft. Schedule came out mid-April. And so for Miller and Moulton, it was the scene out of The Jerk. The new phone books are here. The new phone books are here. Well, the phone books are delivered today. You know, nobody uses them anymore. Nobody needs them anymore. But they're still delivered. And it's today. So there. Feel the excitement.
I am excited, but I do have to ask Trent, quick question. A, do you know what a phone book is?
Yeah, I've never owned one.
Well,
but
that's,
yes.
so you've never used one.
No, okay. Is a phone book separate from the yellow pages? I guess that answers your question. I don't.
Okay. The
really
yellow
know.
pages is part of the phone book.
There used to be yellow pages and white pages.
Okay.
Yes.
The white pages had every phone number in the area, like literally everybody's phone. Joe Paterno, the coach of Penn State, his number was in the phone book. If you went to
Yes.
Happy
State
Valley
College,
and grabbed
yep.
the phone book in State College there, you could look Paterno, Joe, there's his number.
I called his house from a payphone on the side of I-80 as part of a story that we were doing when we were covering Penn State during their national title year of the 86 season. I called them from the side of I-80 on a payphone. His wife answered the phone. I asked if we could come over and do an interview. She said, well, he's not here. I said, when will he be there? And she said, well, he should be coming home from practice any moment now. And so we drove to his house.
Yeah, different times. That's
Yes.
He wasn't crazy about it, but he understood it. It's not like I was the first one to have this, crazy idea. He was stupid enough to list his number in the phone book. Now, yahoos like me might call it. It's also like back in the day, the 80s, if your phone number was 867-5309, depending on your area code. Once Tommy Two-Tone came out with that hit, you either had to change your number or your phone was going to constantly ring. Because some people might be hammered in a bar at 1 a.m. and say Scranton, Pennsylvania. Let's just pick a town. And they may go, how about we just start calling 867-5309? Let's pick an area code. And so we'd amuse ourselves with the payphone at the bar. We're approaching last call. We're not going home with anybody. So let's just call people around the country and see if they're up.
David, that idea of a fun time has lived beyond the payphone days, because I can tell you my college buddies and I did that many a time on cell phones. Pick an area code, 867-5309.
Where they can track the number now because it's on a cell phone. Well done.
What are they going to do?
Exactly. At least when we called, we were calling from a dive bar on quarter beer night. Digress. All the way back in the 80s.
But the schedules will come out tonight. And we can play the schedule game.
Yes. Tomorrow we can play the schedule game. Win, loss, win, loss, win, win, loss, loss. I got them going 8-9, Bob. Very exciting. And let's face it, when we all do the schedule game, we all err on the over, don't we?
Unders are boring. Overs are exciting.
That's how you end up with more wins than losses on the
Yes.
schedule.
Yes.
Don't want to be negative going through this and saying all these losses. We want team to win.
Except for Trent with the Packers. He's had the Packers with 4 wins now for, the last 15 years, which is remarkable considering their quarterback play for most of those years.
Right. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. I don't care. Packers are going 5-12.
Right. They're losing. Right. We got it. Mm-hmm. So throughout the course of today, you'll get drips and drabs. And actually, there's a planned announcement from the NFL coming up about midway through the show. They're going to release the international games. Although living in Jacksonville, there's already been a report that the Jags know their 2 international games. They're in mid-October. The Bears lose a home game to the Jags for Europe, and then the Jags will host the Patriots.
Well, with the Bears, you get first overall pick going to Europe. That's a
Mm-hmm.
pretty significant deal.
Plus, it's the Bears. They have a big fan base. Yeah. And the Jags and Patriots have all made a lot of trips overseas. So those are the 2 games involving the Jags. But remember, they're going to have plenty of international games this year. And for that matter, the networks are starting to release their schedule. At least college football, we're finding out early in the season who's got what games. Heck of an announcement involving the Canes and the Gators game. We'll get to that on the other side. But NBA, NHL playoffs, schedule release, another full night in baseball. PGA gets underway tomorrow. Some drama off the course involving one of the top 3 players in the world. I'm telling you, sports world just keeps delivering, Mark.
Every single day, David, we look for what it's going to give us, and every day it seems to give us something. And sometimes on the court, on the field, many times off. And we had a little bit of both on yesterday.
Miller and Moulton. When we come back, Miller and Moulton are going to throw their hat in the ring for a job. Tell us if we're qualified.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District. Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA-certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA-certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
David, how about your Knicks?
Remarkable.
It is.
When Miles Turner hit the 3 threes to start the third quarter, to cut the deficit to 7, I thought, well, okay, here we go. Let's see what you got. They had it was a 16-1 run.
They and more specifically Jalen Brunson are defying logic.
Yeah, Brunson looked pretty good last night, huh? 28 in the first half.
How many 40-point games has he had this playoff run?
At least 5, because he had the 4 in a row.
I think he's at like 8.
Did see the Orioles owner in the splash zone at Camden Yards. Yeah, he was kind of cool. Seemed like a decent guy. Willing to have some fun.
Five 40-point games. You were right.
Are the Chiefs ruining it for us? No. First off, Miller and Moulton love greatness, even if it comes at the expense of our teams, so to speak. We love greatness. And we don't see how greatness is ever a bad thing to watch or talk about. Because truly, there's very little greatness. Great is one of the most overused words, in our opinion. There's a lot of excellent, exciting, very good. It's kind of like the Hall of Fame. There's very little great. Well, Realtor Clark there's an amazing stat involving the Chiefs, which Chiefs fans know, but for the rest of us, it's difficult to fully comprehend. I mean, in between Joe Montana and Pat Mahomes, the Chiefs played 11 playoff games in 24, 25 years. They went 1-10 in those playoff games. And now here they are in their last 6 years, 15-3 in the playoffs. First off, a little too much red in that portrait, don't you think, Ken Relief? I mean, was that a portrait or is that his picture in the gates of hell? I mean, man, there was a lot of red fire in that.
Here we
Red's
go.
my favorite color.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. All our guests are lined up in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Mark, did you see the story yesterday involving Doug Gottlieb?
I did. Crazy story to me that he is the head coach at Green Bay.
Wisconsin, Green Bay, yes. Now, Gottlieb has coached some AAU ball. He also has coached a couple of Israeli national teams in tournament play during the basketball offseason, if you will, during the summer months. So he's done a smidge of coaching. All right. He was a point guard as a player. He's one of those guys people always said, oh, smart, should go into coaching. And Doug, obviously, as we know, he went into broadcasting. And he's had a very good career.
Very good.
Been kind enough to come on our show a few times over the years. So, okay, he gets hired from the broadcast booth to be a coach. Bold, interesting, a lot of margin for error here, but okay. That's not the most fascinating part of the job. The most fascinating part is that he's not giving up the broadcasting gig. He's going to do his national radio show 3 to 5 every day and then coach Wisconsin Green Bay.
Boy, David, you of all people
got that right. I know
had
where
to
you're going.
really, really enjoy this story because all I'm thinking about is Gottlieb on the road when Green Bay is playing at
wherever.
Right,
the
South Dakota State.
Are they in the horizon? Wisconsin, Green Bay, Green Bay's in the horizon, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But, whether it's University of Detroit Mercy or South Dakota State, or whoever it is, they're playing on a random Tuesday, David.
Right.
When he gets thrown out of the gym during his radio show because the other team won't allow him to watch the shoot around.
It's a very awkward
all
time.
I was thinking about is all of the times that you were trying to do our show when we were doing afternoons and you were broadcasting FGCU basketball and you're trying to set up and you got a coach yelling at you. And that's all I could think of yesterday when I saw the story.
Yeah, Green Bay finished tied for third in the horizon. So when they're playing Greg Campy there in Oakland out of Michigan, all right, Cleveland State maybe, IUPUI, okay, yep, there you go, Detroit Mercy. Yep, he's got to leave the team. The team will be back napping at the hotel. He's on site somewhere. Either that or guys, we're going to leave a little late from the hotel room because I'm set up in a conference room. I'm doing my show. We'll leave as soon as the show's over. We'll leave at 5:05. I can't believe that both parties. Listen, I can believe it for Fox. When I tell you Fox doesn't care, honestly, but they give so much free reign to their broadcasters. They're just like, don't curse on the air. That's literally, it's about the only requirement that Fox has. They don't care about conflicts of interest. They honestly just don't curse on the air. Otherwise, here's your assignment. Do what you want. Well, I want to do stuff for other networks. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure, here's your assignments. Make sure you're at them. They don't care. So I could see Fox, of all the networks, I could see Fox going, oh, you still want to do the show? Great.
Perfect for us.
But how do you, if you're the AD, I mean, does Gottlieb at the end of the negotiations go, by the way, I'm not giving up my radio show. Oh, I'm sorry, what? What? I mean, doesn't it give the appearance of, I'm not really all in. I'm hedging my bets here. This may not work out. I got to have something to fall back on.
It gives every appearance of it that he's only got 1 foot in the door, so to speak.
When do you practice? I mean, the show's 3 to 5. When do you practice? What is he going to, John Chaney it at Temple? Is every practice going to be 5:36 in the morning?
I was going to say, they going early?
I mean, he calls games too for Fox TV, Westwood One Radio. He literally co-hosts the NCAA tournament on Westwood One Radio. All right, is he going to give that up?
Well,
going to make the argument. Right. Is he going to make the argument? Well, if we don't make the tournament, yeah, I'm available.
And I'll certainly be available by the second round. So
hiring Doug Gottlieb, okay. Listen, JJ Redick apparently is about to be named head coach of the Lakers. Remember, ABC ESPN got rid of Jeff Van Gundy. And their official excuse was, well, we're worried he's going to get a coaching job. Meanwhile, he'd been doing the gig for 15 years.
Well, we knew that was BS, though, right?
Well, but I'm just saying that officially, publicly, they said this out loud. They replaced him with Doc Rivers, who didn't make it to the All-Star break until he went back into coaching. And they replaced Doc Rivers with
Who, David?
JJ Redick, who it looks as if is not going to see year 2. But Jeff Van Gundy, after he was made unemployed, did have to go back into coaching. He's an assistant with the Celtics. I say, a la Doug Gottlieb, if JJ Redick gets the Lakers job, just have Van Gundy do the broadcast while also assisting the Celtics. Doris, if you don't mind, handle this timeout. I got to go over and assist the boys. I'll be right back.
They asked me to drop a play.
Right. And then you come back and you just, Mike Breen goes, so what play are they going to run? We're going to try to get the ball to Tatum here. Brilliant, Jeff. And if not Tatum, Jaylen Brown. Boy, you're smart. You can see why they hired you. So, Doug Gottlieb going to college coaching. Okay. I think he's like 48 or so. He's not old. He's always wanted to do it. His dad was a coach. He's done some coaching. Okay, it's bold. It's out there, but all right. Wait, he's still going to be a sports talk show host? Well, is it like one show a week? Oh, no.
No. Daily.
Yeah.
National.
Right.
That's the thing. It's not that it's just he's a talk show host. It's that he's a talk show host nationally 5 days a week.
Wonder if it'll help with recruiting. At what point does Gottlieb open the show with our NIL lines, our text lines open?
Right. I mean, are they going to be practicing in the background? Are we going to hear, the sneakers on the courts and the sound of the ball going through the netting and what have you? All of a sudden, is he going to say, hey, hold on a second. How many times do I have to tell you? Set it to screen.
Here's what I want to know.
Run the 3-man weave, boys. Let's get warmed up.
Do Miller and or Moulton have any interest in coaching men's college basketball in the A-Sun?
I text 3 coaches as soon as I saw it, and I go, well, now I'm eligible to be a member of your staff.
And you can keep doing the show.
Yep. We doing it live.
Going to get a lot of grief for scheduling now. He has to schedule in cities where there's a good internet connection. That's the most important thing.
Exactly. We got to be staying in better hotels, man. I need really good internet. No, I'm not traveling with you after the games. You guys are leaving in the morning. I got to do a show. I'll meet you back at practice.
I'll tell you what, Gottlieb could hire you as the team manager because you understand his gig.
Totally.
We understand that the starting 5. That comes up next. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
My brother texts me, shout out Molly Maid. I know he's not a client because he lives in Tennessee.
I played once at Twin Eagles a long time ago, Kilo's dad, in a scramble. That's the only time I've ever been on Twin Eagles.
Yeah, Paul, I saw that. Not only that, the score was 17-10 after 3 innings. FAU scored 7 in the first inning and lost by 10. Yes. Come on. Did anybody really think after what happened in Game 4 there was a chance Paul Maurice and the Panthers were going to win that goaltending interference challenge? Anybody at all? Technically was a goaltender interference by letter of the rule. Yeah. Stick on the pad, stick under the pad while he was in the crease, even though I thought it was way before the shot got to him. But there was no chance. Come on. After what happened in Game 4, they were going to take a Bruins goal off the board for goaltender interference? No way.
Way off topic. I just bought a Snickers at the vending machine and 2 of them dropped. 2 Snickers dropped. I got 2 for 1.
Is that like a boost?
It's definitely a sprinkle.
For me, it definitely is.
It's like hitting a parlay there.
All right, you need a poll question.
Yeah, poll question. What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
I don't know. Is today National Hairspray Day or something? Never got 3 Pop-Tarts. No.
National Chocolate Chip Day. Not chocolate chip cookie, just chocolate chip day. apparently.
Chocolate chip pancakes or chocolate chip cookies?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm with you. Don't like them.
Really?
Chocolate chip pancakes? No.
are you still 6?
My grandma makes them and they're delicious.
You're 6.
It's a top 5 food for me if she's making them. Top 5 food. She might be listening too.
Hi, Grandma.
Shout out to Granny. Beyond that, beyond food, do you want to do like a big picture?
Which team down 3-2 you think has the best chance to win their series?
Yeah.
Would you draft Bronny James with the chance of getting LeBron James?
I like that. Here we
Okay.
go.
There you go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Number 1 is football, and we'll start with the NFL. The full schedule gets released today. International games will be announced officially by the NFL mid-morning. Reportedly, the Jags are playing twice overseas this year. Once they'll be the road team against the Bears. The next week, they'll be the home team against the Patriots. Both games in mid-October. 8 o'clock tonight, the full schedule release. What we learned yesterday, first Monday Night Football game of the year will be Aaron Rodgers and the Jets again on Monday night at the Niners. Week 2, the first Thursday night game on Amazon will be the Dolphins hosting the Bills. It's a bad break for Miami. It's a good game, I think, entertaining for us, but that's a bad break for Miami. You want Buffalo early in the season. You want them on a 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, hot as blank day. Because also now that you get them, at night on a Thursday in as cool conditions as they could possibly play in September, the likelihood is that the Dolphins will be going to Buffalo when? Late in the year. Also, the big Week 2 CBS game was announced. It'll be Bengals at Chiefs. So the Chiefs are going to start with 2 home games against 2 expected very good teams, the Ravens and the Bengals. By the way, did you see the news out of the Nevada court system yesterday? A 3-judge panel of the Nevada Supreme Court ruled 2-1 in favor of the NFL against John Gruden, saying that Gruden cannot sue the league, but he is eligible for arbitration. Now, the irony is the NFL controls the arbitration process. The one justice that ruled in favor of Gruden said, how can the rules apply? He was fired. He was no longer an employee. Of course he should be allowed to sue. Gruden and his legal team say they're going to take it to the full Nevada Supreme Court and let them decide. Couple other football notes, both college related. So the Week 1 Canes Gators game got announced as to what time it's going to be. Remember, this is August 31st.
Right.
In the swamp.
Yep.
So obviously this game has to be played at night.
Well, of course, David.
Because it's going to be hotter than the gates of right. Yeah, 3:30 in the afternoon on ABC. Josh Pate of 24/7 and CBS Sports. Yeah, he sent out a tweet that said, well, obviously the people doing the college football scheduling took a look at it and said, well, if they die, they die. Wow. Damn. But really, 3:30 in the afternoon on August 31st in Gainesville, huh? Okay. Tragic news, Mike Ford, who was a standout at Sarasota High School and was the top running back at South Florida when the Bulls in the late 2000s under Jim Leavitt were a BFD. He died yesterday. It's been reported some places he was 37, in others he was 38. Number 2, hockey. Yeah, the Bruins don't want to go golfing yet. They came to Florida, outplayed the Panthers for the first half of the game, and then Swayman, the goalie, took over from there, making 28 saves.
Maybe his best one at the end of the game as well, with 4 or 5 seconds left, with the goalie pulled. Great opportunity for Florida, and he came up with another big save.
Didn't it remind you of the closing seconds of Penguins Red Wings in the Stanley Cup final when Fleury kind of came over and just stood as tall as he could in net and was basically like, covered as much ground as I can, beat me or hit me. And I forget, was it Lidstrom or whatever who had it on his stick and it shot it into him? But
Yes.
2-1 Boston. They force a game 6. Charlie McAvoy, goal and assist. He had the game winner midway through the second. Edmonton even their series at 2. Evan Bouchard scored the game-winning goal with 38 seconds left in regulation. 3-2 Oilers, series tied at 2. Tonight,
I don't think whoever wins that series, you're right, David. Watching that game's been on so late, and I've not had as much into that series as others. You watch Edmonton and Vancouver play, and you watch Dallas and Colorado play, and you're like, there's no way the winner of this series has anything for the winner of the other.
Right. I think it's like watching the Celtics play right now and watching the Knicks and the Pacers and going, well, it's cute. One of you is going to get to the conference finals, and good for you. Job well done. You got nothing for the guys who are coming next.
Yeah, agreed.
Speaking of Colorado and Dallas, Stars could win that series tonight. Game 5 at home in Dallas, 8 o'clock ESPN. Number 3, the NBA. The Knicks. They got blown out in Game 4. They did the blowing out in Game 5. 121-91 over the Pacers. Brunson with 44 points, 28 of them in the first half when the Knicks led by 15 at the break. The Knicks out-rebounded the Pacers by 24. That's without their starting center and their starting power forward and their starting small forward. This just in, Mark, never underestimate the heart of a champion. Rudy Tomjanovich was right. The Nuggets, after being down 2-0, yeah, they're up 3-2 on the Timberwolves. They won Game 5 at home, 112-97. Anybody watch Jokic last night? Game started late, so it was hard.
By late, it started at about, 10:45?
Yeah. 40 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists, no turnovers. He's being guarded by the defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert. Not all the time. Sometimes they put Towns on him. But 40 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists, no turnovers. All that T-Wolf size, the guy behind him most times was the defensive player of the year. Yeah. Embiid is not better than him. Okay? Can we stop that? Couple of Game 5s tonight. Boston, 15.5-point favorite at home over Cleveland. And then series tied at 2, Dallas at OKC. Thunder, a 4.5-point favorite at home. One other basketball note, WNBA season opener yesterday. Caitlin Clark. Yeah, she scored 20, but she struggled. 3 assists, 10 turnovers. Indiana was down 8 going to the fourth and lost by 21 to Connecticut. 92-71. But the Sun had been playing in that arena for 20 years. You know how many sellouts they had before yesterday, Mark?
0.
They got one now. Mohegan Sun, 89-10, standing room only. One other basketball note, Doug Gottlieb, Fox, hired as the new head coach of Green Bay. And he will keep his job doing a national talk radio show 3 to 5 on Fox. Unbelievable. Number 4, baseball. You know, the Rays had 3 chances in extra innings with the guy on second and nobody out. How many times do you think they scored?
That'd be zip zilch nada.
Well, they did score one time.
I'm sorry,
but
once.
only 1 out of 3. And because of it, the Red Sox finally scored 2 out of 3 times. Boston 5-4 over Tampa Bay in 12 innings. The Marlins beat the Tigers 1-0 in 10. Did anybody see the phantom ejection again? The umpires did it again. Second inning, Skip Schumacher yells out from the dugout, "That's 3. You've missed 3." And the umpire, you can clearly hear him saying, "Enough. Not another word." And Skip, just like Aaron Boone, puts his hand up and says, "Okay." The camera stays on Skip Schumacher. He doesn't speak, and he gets ejected. Now, Schumacher was able to successfully argue it wasn't him. So then the crew chief came in and basically said, well, we got to eject somebody. So they ejected one of the coaches. Skip's like, none of us spoke. And they're like, yeah, somebody's going to the showers. Marlins won 1-0 in 10. There was a doubleheader yesterday.
Yes, there was, David.
So, of course, there was a split. Nats beat the White Sox 6-3, lost the nightcap 4-0. Speaking of 4-0, Aaron Nola with a 4-hitter. Phillies beat the Mets 4-0. And I found out why the game was in the afternoon yesterday. Turns out the Phillies and Mets are playing 4 games in a row, but they're playing 2 in New York, and now the next 2 will be in Philly.
So it was a getaway day.
But, of course, it was stupid to play at 1 o'clock because the game ends at 4. I mean, what are you going to do, get on the bus? It's rush hour traffic. I'm kidding. Atlanta, this just in, Chris Sale's healthy, and he's looking like Chris Sale again. This will be a big acquisition if this keeps up. 7 shutout innings. He gave up 2 hits. Braves over the Cubs 7-0. Yankees back in first. Carlos Rodon, 6 innings, a 1-run ball. Stanton hit one into orbit, his 9th. 5-1 Yankees over the Twins. Orioles were postponed by rain. Rangers have lost 5 in a row. Guardians beat them 7-4. Kansas City 4-2 over Seattle. Houston beat Oakland 2-1 in 10, but the Astros starter, Ronel Blanco, got ejected before the 4th inning for foreign substance on his glove.
Little sticky substance, yes.
What they literally checked his glove the 1st inning, 2nd inning, 3rd inning, and then in the 4th inning. He's like, the glove's not any different. They talked about it for like 3 minutes, and finally they said, no, you're out of here. Remember, it's a 10-game suspension. You get ejected for foreign substance on your glove, and no one's ever successfully appealed. Milwaukee beat the Pirates 4-3. They're leading the Centrals a game and a half. Our Reds are a winner, Mark.
About damn time.
6-2 over Arizona. Colorado's won 6 in a row, 6-3 over San Diego. Ohtani's hitting 361, folks. He went 3 for 5 yesterday with a homer and 2 RBIs. Dodgers over the Giants 10-2. Cardinals edge the Angels 7-6. PGA Championship gets underway about this time tomorrow. Pairings were revealed yesterday. Tigers going off the back at 8 a.m. tomorrow with Adam Scott and Keegan Bradley. Defending champ Koepka's going off the back tomorrow at around 8:30 with Jordan Spieth and Max Homa. Scotty Scheffler's going off the first tee tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon with Wyndham Clark and Brian Harmon, your reigning Masters, U.S. Open, and Open champion. And Rory McIlroy's going off the 10th tee tomorrow at around 8:15 with Justin Rhodes and DJ. Dustin Johnson, one of 16 LIV golfers in the field. Speaking of Rory, he filed for divorce yesterday from his wife, Erica. They've been married 7 years. They have a 3-year-old daughter named Poppy. If you think that this will affect Rory, 10 years ago, Rory was engaged to the tennis player Caroline Wozniacki. He broke off the engagement, won 4 tournaments over the next 2 months, including the PGA at Valhalla. So if you're going to bet against him, don't bet against him because he filed for divorce. Remember, he just won last weekend. You think Sunday when he was winning, he didn't know he was filing for divorce the next day?
Let's see. What's my to-do list? Win golf tournament, hire divorce lawyer, file for divorce. Check, check, check.
Besides, he's got a prenup, and he hired Tiger's divorce attorney also. So I think he's taken care of.
Made $110 million in the time he was married to her. Good luck on that prenup.
Didn't win a single major, though. Just saying. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Didn't win a single major.
just saying.
David had to throw that in there.
Hey, just saying, guys stick together at the end.
It's just the facts.
Just saying. Just the facts, Your Honor. Just the facts. And besides, if the prenup is ruled invalid and he gets taken to the cleaners, he can always go to LIV. Hello! Is this on?
Wow. Wow.
He's got a fallback.
He sure does. And that fallback pays, David. Well.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, ambient. I mean, I think we both went with Denver and Boston before the playoffs. I don't see why we'd change that. Mark, you went before the season, you went Avs and I went Stars, right? So we're both basically whoever wins that series. I had Dallas beating Carolina before the season started for the Cup.
And I picked Toronto for fun. That was a bad idea.
All I know is if the Rangers and Stars play in the finals, I'm hitting up Aikman. I'm calling him. I'm saying, listen, I'll use my miles. I'll get to Dallas. You got to get me tickets.
How many tickets do you think Troy Aikman could get to a Dallas Stars game? 20?
A section.
As many as he wanted.
Yeah. Is there a Cowboys player that could get more than Troy?
Roger Staubach could get the arena if he wanted. I mean, the reverence that they have for Staubach. But Troy could probably get it too. Troy could ask, I'd like row 4, and I'd like to drop out the ceremonial puck. Okay. That sounds good. What time you want us to pick you up?
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Let's get over it together. NFL schedules being released officially 11 hours from now. There will be all sorts of leaks.
I'm happy we're doing a morning show right now, David, because the leaks aren't always right.
True.
Many a year, the schedule leaks come out and different X accounts start leaking out things that aren't true.
Yep.
And people jump on it, and you appear to have this information that's correct, and it's not. So I like that we're doing the morning. I'll let all the crazies handle all the leaks all afternoon, and we'll get the schedule this evening.
So some of you may play the schedule game tonight. The schedule will be released, and you'll start going wins, loss, wins, loss. Can we just recommend you just do one game? Do week 1. Miller and Moulton discovered this early in our getting together to do a show. The ratio, when it was 12 teams, 6 in each conference, for just about every year for 20 years, the rule of thumb was half the teams that win on opening day make the playoffs. So 8 of the 16. And only a quarter of the teams that lose on opening day make the playoffs. 4. And that held true almost every year for 20 years. Sometimes it would be skewed even more in favor of those that win week 1, make the playoffs. You know, some years it'd be 9 of the teams that won week 1 are playoff teams, and only 3 of the teams that lost week 1 would make the playoffs. It was a bit surprising how it just seemingly worked out. Well, now the last, 2-3 years, we've got 14 teams. So we've kind of wondered, well, okay, you got more teams now. You know, how would it play out? And a couple years ago, I think we did it. 9 of the teams that won week 1 made the playoffs, but 5 of the teams that lost. But the ratio, believe it or not, is still pretty much the same. 2-1, winners to losers. Mark, I don't know if you took a look at week 1 results from last year, and then you look at the end of the season and see how many made the playoffs and not. 10 of the 14 playoff teams won week 1. 10. That's 71% of those that made the playoffs won. Here's the amazing thing. Of the 4 teams who lost week 1 and still made the playoffs, 3 of the 4 lost to eventual playoff teams. There was only 1 team last year, and this is true far more often than you'd think. There's usually only 1 or 2 teams who lose week 1 to a non-playoff team who make the playoffs at the end of the year. It's crazy that it works out this way. Last year, there was 1 team, the Bills, the Monday nighter against the Jets. Remember, Bills blew a 13-point lead, lost in overtime. The other 3 teams who lost week 1, Chiefs
lost to the Lions.
Steelers
Texans lost to the Ravens.
And the Steelers lost to, was it the Niners?
The Niners.
So first off, team that won the Super Bowl lost week 1. So don't panic if you think you've got a pretty good team and they lose week 1. But it's just something to keep in mind. It's like, you know, we probably spend more time on schedules than most talk shows. And sometimes it's our fault. Mark has accurately portrayed me as somebody who can overanalyze a 3-car funeral. And I definitely do that with schedules. I am guilty of overanalyzing schedules.
Tomorrow, you'll know every team that has a 3-game home stand, a 3-game road stand, and teams that don't have to leave their home state for a month. These are all very important features of the schedule release, and David will break them down for you tomorrow morning at 7:20.
Right. Mark will be wanting to talk about relevant things, like the NBA and the NHL playoffs. And I'll be going,
the Texans are on the road 3 games in a row in December. Can you believe that?
Mark, the Texans don't leave the state in the month of November. They got to win the South. Right. But it's just something to keep, honestly, you want to play the schedule game, play it week 1, and then make a note of who it is you have winning and who it is you have losing. And just stare at it and go, well, at least half those teams winning are going to make the playoffs. And now that we have 14 teams make the playoffs, that number is going to be likely more than 7. It's going to be somewhere between 8 and 10 of these teams are going to make the playoffs. And then look over at the other side and go, odds aren't good for you guys. Maybe a quarter of you are going to get in. So, but like week 1, first game. Right now, I think most of us would bet on what? Both the Ravens and Chiefs making the playoffs, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's going to be one of the however many losers from week 1 are going to make the playoffs. We think, just like last year, it was Lions-Chiefs. Worked out that way. So just something to keep in mind if you want to.
It's a quirk to the NFL schedule that we discovered quite a few years ago, and it holds true when it comes to week 1 and who makes the playoffs.
Just like, baseball Memorial Day. It's not Labor Day. It's not the All-Star break. It's not July 4th. I mean, you write down who's in the playoffs on Memorial Day, and then we'll check back 3 full months later in late September and go, hey, how'd that work out? Actually, 4 months later. So how's that going? Yeah, pretty much same teams. Maybe one of them's different. I mean, think about it off the top of your head. Anybody think the Yankees and the Orioles aren't going to be in the playoffs? Anybody think the Phillies and the Braves? Anybody think the Dodgers? I mean, we can keep on going here. I mean, it's so anyway. If you want to play the schedule game, just do week 1, and then if you want to do the rest, okay.
Well, it's you do week 1 and then finish with your team, but remember, you better have your team win in week 1 if you think they're a playoff team.
Odds are very much against you. Surprisingly against you if you don't win week 1. And there's always the analogy. I remember one year Carolina went 1-15. Their win was week 1. Mark, I was a Giants fan growing up. I'm old enough to start rooting for the Giants when they weren't good. And I remember Phil Simms threw 5 touchdown passes week 1. Giants went on the road, a division game. I'm fired up, baby. It's Phil's second year. And we're going to be great.
Like last year with the Jets beating the Bills, there's always that one game that doesn't make sense week 1.
Right. By the way, that Giants team finished 4-12 after that week 1 win. They lost 8 in a row.
But last year, what did the Bucs do week 1? Won in Minnesota, beat the Vikings.
Right. Who ended up a playoff team? Who ended up not? So just
Rams went to Seattle, whacked Seattle week 1. We didn't expect that to happen.
Right. Who made the playoffs? Who didn't? It's just funny how it works out. That's all.
Dolphins beat the Chargers in a close one.
And now that was a game, in fairness, and it wasn't just us. We all took a look at that. We all thought that was going to be like a wild card tiebreaker. Winner of that game was going to get in because of it, and the loser was going to be out because of it. What we forgot was who the head coach of the Chargers was, and he could screw things up. By the way, how did he get a job as a defensive coordinator? Do you know what held the Chargers back for the 3 years he was head coach? His defense. And he was calling the plays. How did he get his job? Okay, I digress. So the schedule game. Play it at your own risk, but if you want to just hone in on one small part of it, just do week one. Yeah.
Just week one.
And you know what you could do based off of week one and who you think's going to win. If you really just want to, amuse yourself, then write down your season just based off of week one, who you have winning, who you have losing. Do your picks for the year. Why did you have so-and-so winning the division? Well, I have winning week one. Oh, sounds ridiculous, right? Not so much.
21,000's the text line. If you want to chime in on anything we're talking about, 21000. If you've never texted the show before, you need to type in the keyword FSN Radio. FSN Radio, type that in one time, and you are in.
So do we have a poll question?
Well, I have an idea for a poll question.
Okay.
Should your team draft Bronny James in hopes of getting LeBron James for next year?
Ooh.
Or would you draft Bronny James in hopes of getting LeBron James? I'll ask you, Nick fan, with a team that's incredibly close.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's not what they need.
This draft sucks.
It's not what they need.
The Knicks don't need a LeBron James?
No.
Come on.
No, they don't. They don't need. They already have a guy with the ball in his hand. They don't need another one. They don't. Knicks need a shooter. That's what the Knicks need. Knicks need scoring from the 2 or the 3. That's what the Knicks need. Knicks need to get healthy and add a shooter.
And that's enough for Boston, in your estimation.
Mark, let me tell you something. If the Knicks were healthy, that Knicks-Celtics series would be a legit series. Minimum 6. Minimum 6. The Knicks match up well with the Celtics. Knicks would pound the Celtics on the glass. Randall inside. Mitchell Robinson defending the rim. They've got a shutdown defender on one of those 2 wings for the Celtics. That would be a real series if they were healthy.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ambient, you don't have to convince me of that. I'm amazed by every game the Knicks win with the lineup they have.
Stars win. Brunson's a star.
Oh, trust me, Ambient, I remember. Hell, I was in my mid-30s.
Knicks in 6.
No,
That
it's
should have been
going
it.
7.
That should have been it the whole time. Not Knicks in 5. Knicks in 6.
Going 7.
David, when you watch Knicks games, are you like playoff Knicks games, I should say? Are you like yelling at the TV, passionate about it, or no?
No.
Now,
The
Ranger games.
That's a different story.
Okay.
The Rangers, that's an emotional experience, watching the Rangers in the playoffs. I'm a lot better now. But even into my mid-40s.
I put a hole in a door over a Spartan game once.
I have
Hollow door, but I did punch a door. That wasn't too long ago. That's in the last.
football.
Yeah. You're the one, the Big Ten title. I think it's the Nebraska game they lost.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah, that game.
Yeah. 2021, my senior year, that was the Kenneth Walker year. They were losing game 3 to Nebraska, and they didn't snap the ball after like a catch that wasn't a catch. It was ruled a catch. They got up to the line, and what was his face? Peyton Thorne's taking forever to snap the ball. I'm screaming, snap the effing ball. He doesn't. I go into the kitchen. I'm wearing this bracelet that has beads on it, and I just kind of, on the stove, shatters the stove, glass top stove. And I was like, oh, my God. My brother was there. He helped me pay for it. That was not my best moment. But
Are you more Rangers than Mets, David?
It's really close, but yes, really close.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett begins our interview hour next hour. That's really what it turned out to be. Isaac Schade will join us to talk about the fascinating hire of Doug Gottlieb to be head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay and still keeping his national radio show. And Whit Watson will join us next hour as we continue to preview the PGA Championship.
A lot of rain there yesterday. Wet conditions. Course should be soft on Thursday.
And it's a long course. So, I mean, it favors, the Koepkas and the Rorys. Scheffler doesn't hit it quite as long as them, but he hits it plenty long enough. I mean, because got to get it out there. But then once you do, you're throwing darts. So, I mean, are there conditions these days that really work against Scotty Scheffler when you hit the ball like that?
No. As you mentioned, he hits the ball plenty far enough. It's interesting. Rory's obviously playing great right now, 2 wins in a row, which means he's doing what, David? He's hitting good wedges and he's putting. Those are the weakest parts of his game. It's nitpicking because his game's incredible, but nobody drives the ball better than Rory. Maybe nobody's ever driven the ball better than Rory.
Yeah, I mean, there are those that have been around golf a long time, like Ron Syrak. Ron Syrak, most people who have covered golf for a long time said the 2 best drivers of the golf ball were Arnold Palmer and Greg Norman. And Rory's like, no, he may actually be better than both of them. But that's pretty much your big 3 of driving the ball in terms of length and accuracy. Those are the big 3. I mean, nobody can say anything good about Greg Norman as a player anymore, It's like you can't acknowledge Bill Cosby was ever funny. Okay, Greg Norman could never play golf. He was terrible. It did nothing well. That's the narrative now. Phil, by the way, mediocre player.
I don't think that's the narrative of Phil Mickelson.
Okay.
What you think the narrative is of Phil Mickelson.
Okay, all right.
And I don't want to confuse it. Not your narrative of Phil Mickelson, but what you believe, you have come to believe,
right?
Your perception of his.
Right. People now go, well, okay, he was pretty good. I'll grant you he was pretty good. But come on. I mean, how good was he?
Bill Cosby, he was never funny.
Never.
That Bill Cosby guy.
No,
well,
never. No, apparently a very bad human being.
Yes.
Funny's funny, though. It's like Greg Norman. Yeah, okay, you don't like what he's doing right now. I get it. Golfer. Nah. Wasn't it really? Number 1 in the world. Okay.
All right, so back to our poll question. Because you don't want him on the Knicks.
Well,
would you draft Ronnie James in hopes of getting LeBron James? LeBron made his way to a Cavs game, sat courtside, made his grand entrance at the first TV timeout to get the rounding applause and make it all about him.
Okay. Quick sidebar. If you go back 14 years now, Miller and Moulton are doing a show. Mark Miller, a year and a half at least, maybe 2 years in advance, Mark Miller said publicly, LeBron James is going to Miami. He did, said it, and he said it every month for at least 18 months. What happened? But there was no clue publicly he was going to Miami. But Mark was just looking at, he doesn't have support and this, that, and the other thing. He's going to want to go somewhere else. And Mark was all over it. LeBron James, when he left the Heat to go back to the Cavs, there was an incident. There was a moment publicly. Agauskas, they were retiring the Big Z, they call him in Cleveland.
2014.
And LeBron, the Heat were playing 500 miles away or something in Chicago, Detroit, whatever. LeBron, off day, left the team, flew in, attended the ceremony, was all hugs and smiles, and then flew back. Heat were not happy.
Well, Pat Riley in particular was not happy.
Right. All right. And LeBron didn't ask, by the way. LeBron just went. And there were a lot of people that went, that was interesting. Because remember, there was no goodwill between LeBron and the Cavs.
None.
Thanks to Dan Gilbert, mostly.
Right.
Mostly. And
so
then the Cleveland fans also, were burning jerseys and
yeah, of course. But when he walked into that arena,
they gave him a big ovation. It was like we were remembering, the era gone by. And obviously, if we're retiring Z's jersey, well, hell, I don't know if we're retiring him without the other guy. And the other guy's hugging him. So now when he shows up at the Cavs game, everybody in the league is like, because the thought in the league is Donovan Mitchell's leaving. He's not going to sign the extension. He wants out. So they're going to be forced to trade him. Well, look at Cleveland without Donovan Mitchell. Could they use LeBron James? Hell yeah.
Well, let's be honest about it. Everyone in the league still at age 40 could use a LeBron James.
Yes, but no. Like there are certain teams in which, he has to play with the ball in his hand. What do you do in Dallas? LeBron wants to go to Dallas. They go, LeBron, you're great. I got Luka. And when I don't have Luka, I have Kyrie. You don't fit here.
You don't think at this stage in his career he could take
he doesn't fit.
I think I'm in the minority. I think LeBron fits anywhere, would take any role, especially at this stage.
Would take any role.
Yes.
Ooh. What basis do you have for that? Because he's never taken any role other than give me the damn ball, get the hell out of my way. I'm going to make it happen, whether I'm a facilitator of the ball, whether I'm a scorer of the ball.
Well, in LA, he has voiced many times that it's Anthony Davis's team and he's
right.
Now we don't necessarily believe that.
Right. He's voiced it. I'm talking about when you watch with your eyes on the court.
Yeah.
Whose team is it in LA?
Well, it's always LeBron's team.
Thank you very much.
So I do think that there are 10, 12 teams in which you go, wow, he's a great player, but at this stage of our development, he doesn't fit. Obviously, for any point in time in the last 18 years, he would have been great for the Knicks. But with Brunson now, he doesn't fit. You can't put another guy on the court who wants the ball in his hand for 40 minutes a game. I already got one of those. And he can't guard. And Brunson's an undersized guard. I can't have two guys who can't guard.
He can pass.
So my answer because of that is no. In the last 18 years, if you had asked me that question, it would have been yes. Now, my team doesn't need him. Now, does he work in Miami? Does he work in Orlando? They could use shooting, but would they be better if the ball wasn't in Paolo's hands all the time? I don't know. Anyway, we'll get to the play of the day on the other side. But that's the reason for me. I think that in a way this is and usually our poll questions are not nuanced. But Mark, I don't know if you think that this question is nuanced because, do you want LeBron James? Your gut reaction is to go, well, hell yeah.
Well, not with our audience because our audience hates LeBron James.
Well, that's true.
Right now, 82% of our audience would not draft Bronny James in hopes of getting LeBron.
He's literally the greatest athlete I've ever watched. My generation. LeBron James, the best I've ever seen in any sport. And I'm including Tom Brady.
That's a pretty big statement there. Imagine if he goes plays for the Milwaukee Bucks. That's Wisconsin. You know that, Trent?
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That is a hell of a question that Mark just asked.
Texter sent in Michael Phelps, a better athlete than LeBron James. Hitting Trent right where it hurts, the swimmer.
I gotta admit, I wasn't thinking Olympic sports. '21st century. LeBron James, Michael Phelps, Tom Brady. That 4 spot's tough. You could go Serena Williams. You could go Joker. Not Jokic. Djokovic. Usain Bolt.
I'm just laughing. There's a thing going around of Jim Leland as manager of the Pirates drinking coffee and smoking cigarette during the game in the dugout. And the caption is, managers in 1992 wondering if they should pull their starter or let them ride at 155 pitches.
Jim Leland, what a guy. Smoking cigs in the dugout. Yeah, Gretzky, of course, but when did Gretzky retire? Like I'm thinking just 2000 and beyond. God, I miss watching Serena Williams. I loved watching Serena Williams. My college roommates and I, we would like lock in and wake up at 2 a.m. to watch her in the Australian Open.
Oh, wow.
I mean, she was that big of a deal for us. We were all tennis fans, but still.
Have you seen the people, by the way, who have endorsed publicly Gottlieb getting the job? Tom Izzo. Okay, Rick Pitino, both took to Twitter and just said he'll be a tremendous coach.
He might be. I just, when you sent me that, because David sent me the story yesterday, and I was just like, this is.
Listen, I have no problem them hiring him as coach at
No,
all.
it's just letting him do the job.
It's so I couldn't believe it. In fact, I'm like, is this? I started checking the account I'm reading it on. I'm like, okay, am I getting punked here? No, seriously, come on. Now, just imagine if over the years, all right, I'm named the new athletic director at FGCU. Okay, I'm still doing the show. There's no meetings. I mean, I'll do the show from the offices, but no meetings before 10. Don't know what to tell you. Not giving up the show.
Every single morning.
Seriously?
Oh,
imagine the interview process. We really, we think you got some creative ideas and what have you. You're gonna have to give. No, I'm not giving up the radio show. Why am I going to give up the radio show? No. No. I mean, I'm just shocked, honestly. Not shocked that Fox. I'll bet Fox went. Really? They're okay with it? Okay.
Just don't get arrested. Don't swear on the air and don't get arrested. Also, I forget who asked it earlier, but the trouble with the snap game for Michigan State, I was a sophomore in high school.
Looks like we've got the full international schedule.
Oh, it's out?
I'm seeing some stuff here.
You want to come back with that?
Well,
We're coming back right now.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, before our interview hour. Here on Miller and Moulton, Seth Everett, Isaac Schade, Whit Watson, talking all sorts of things. But today is NFL schedule release date. We thought it'd be mid-morning when they'd release the international schedule. Heck, they barely made it to their 7:30 coffee.
Well, they had to get it out by noon for London, apparently, David.
Gotcha. Okay. So what do we have?
Well, we already knew about the game in Brazil.
Right, Packers-Eagles.
Right.
Uh-huh.
The Jets and the Minnesota Vikings will play in London on October the 6th.
Will they be at Tottenham Hotspur?
Yes, they will. As will the following week when the Bears and the Jags play.
Boy, send in London the Bears.
The following week, October 20th, the Patriots and the Jags play at Wembley.
There was a time not that long ago in which you're like, oh, wow, Patriots.
Well, Patriots-Jags, that was the AFC Championship game until 2017, wasn't it?
Brady at the upfront, somebody asked him a question about that AFC Championship game. I think trying to find out how honest he's going to be as a broadcaster. Because remember, there was a controversial play mid-fourth quarter in which Miles Jack picked up the fumble and he was ruled down by contact. And replay showed he was not down.
I was losing my mind.
That's a touchdown. That's Jags up 11. They're going to the Super Bowl.
For sure.
They're playing the Eagles.
And they're playing Nick Foles with that defense.
And obviously we know what happened. Ruled down. They don't move the ball. Patriots get the ball back. They end up scoring. They win. Brady was asked about it, and Brady said, no, he wasn't down. They got that wrong. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good sign.
And then finally in Munich on November the 10th, your Giants take on the Carolina Panthers in a game that we all are going to want to get up at 9:30 in the morning for on a Sunday.
Wow. I mean, they sent the Carolina to Germany. They sent the Patriots to Wembley Stadium. I mean,
Do we have the dates for these
Yeah.
games?
Yes.
Yep.
So when is Carolina?
November 10th.
How many wins will both those teams have combined by November 10th?
Or we.
Ooh, I'm going to go a little more than that. I think if you put the over under at 6.5.
Ooh,
I'll go under.
This is coming from a Giants fan.
I'm going under. I mean, that's four games in September, 4 in October, and there's already a game played. So they combine 9 games. Maybe one or both of them will already have their buys. So combined, they will have played about 16 to 18 games.
Then 4.5's the number.
Oh, no. Keep that's still not bad. Think about it. If they've played 18 games, especially, I mean, that's them going 6 and 12. Okay, so you want to lower it?
Oh, yeah.
How about 5.5?
You'll still go under.
Well, yeah, if they've played 16 games, that means, they got to be combined 5 and 11. That sounds about right. Okay, but if they played 18 games, you got a chance for, somebody to go 6 and 12. I think 5.5 is the perfect number. Combined wins between the Giants and Panthers when they play in Germany.
We might have to revisit this when the schedules actually come out, because then we can look at it.
Then we can play the schedule game.
Yes, we can.
Oh, look
We
at that.
Sure can. I can't wait.
But just for the record, they have sent 4 games over to Europe. None of the teams involved made the playoffs last year. Now, that was the Jags' fault. 2 of the games involved the Jags. Jags should have made the playoffs. They screwed it up. But, Jets, Vikings. I'm just curious, gut feeling. How many people think 0, 1, or 2 of those teams are going to make the playoffs?
Jets, Vikings?
Yeah.
1.
No one. Okay, so you think the Jets will make the playoffs?
Well, I mean, if you're asking what people think, I think people believe in Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Okay. And I think if we put it to a vote, 0 would win.
Do we want to do another poll question?
No.
Why not?
No. All right. Jags, Bears.
Here's the thing. We can do 47 poll questions. One, he wouldn't know how to delete them. He can't log on to that account. There's not a damn thing he could do about it. We could put a poll question up every segment if we actually could come up with one.
There's nothing he said that's not true. First, and then I'd even have to notice that you did it. That's the other thing. There's a good chance you guys could put up a poll question every segment. I wouldn't even be aware of it unless somebody retweeted it to me. I went, I'll be damned. We had another poll question. But an interesting one, Jags, Bears.
I think
a lot
both
of people have playoff expectations for
What?
the Bears.
I think both make it. Yeah. I mean, the Bears are the question there, because I think the Jags are going to make the playoffs.
Okay, so you think the Jags, as the division champ?
No.
You think
I'll go wild card. I think Houston wins the division.
Okay.
Jags are an 11-win team, 10-win team. What is that? Is that outlandish? I mean,
it's not. All right, they were.
Mark's looking at me like I got 3 heads.
It's not outlandish, but the AFC's hard.
It is, but they underachieved last year and missed by an eyelash.
They did. Okay, we've played the game all offseason. Jags, same, better, or worse on paper than a year ago. And most people have basically the same. And more people say worse than better.
But let's not kid ourselves. I mean, we're all high on Stroud. We've voiced that, but they now have to play a first-place schedule. It's still a young team. The Jags kind of were their own worst enemy last season. If everything kind of regresses to the mean, water finds its level, if you will, the Jags could win the division.
Absolutely, they could. Absolutely, they could.
Trevor Lawrence has to take a big step forward after last year.
Agree with that for sure.
And then Patriots, Jags. But then Giants, Panthers. Oofta. I mean, don't get me wrong. The game will sell out in 9 minutes, but because it's the NFL and it's Germany and got a whole bunch of Americans in Europe that'll fall all over themselves to get their hands on tickets.
And especially the Giants are still a draw.
Sure.
It's a New York team.
Right. Passionate fan base. This is probably going to suck, but how about you say we spent a weekend in Munich?
Yeah.
So that's the international schedule, huh?
That is the international schedule. It is out. The first
So
week
lots
of
riding on Aaron Rodgers' health and the Jags taking the next step. That happens. That's a sexy schedule they sent. Plus, you got the Bears and the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. That could be sexy. And it could be, oof. I always like to quote Vern Lundquist when I can. Oofta.
So you have the Bears, and that's the hot take of the day.
Right?
We're not big into hot takes, David, you and I.
No.
But if I were to get one out of the show, the hot take is that Trent Bally has both the Jags and the Bears going to the playoffs.
This is not anti-Green Bay Packers bias. I just think the Bears are going to win 9 games. They'll be 9-8, and I think in the NFC that's good enough for the last wild card spot.
And that's very valid because since they've gone to a 17-game season, I think the 7th seed has been 9-8 all 3 years. So that's valid.
And I don't think the Packers are going to be bad, but I just think the Bears got good enough. The Bears added a ton. Like they really did. And it all, of course, depends on whether or not Williams can transition into the NFL smoothly because it's all right there for him. They are not a typical first overall picking team.
No, that's true. Teams that have 7 wins the year before don't usually pick first. That's true.
No, but it is a tremendous amount. I mean, there's already so much pressure on Caleb Williams to begin with. For him to have to come in, be the starter, there is no backup there. This is his team from day one. And that is a tremendous amount of pressure to put on a guy who's never taken a snap in the NFL.
They brought over Keenan Allen.
Giants, Panthers. I mean, how bad is that matchup? In terms
we'll both pick in the top 5 of the draft.
Well, one for sure. For sure.
Both top 10 picks.
Oh, I'd bet every dime I have on it. Which, based on our recent betting, is about $31.19. But okay.
It's all right. We had a split in the doubleheader, David. We're back.
There you go. We're back. Our system is working. What is that? A 9 doubleheader so far this year in baseball. We got 7 splits and 2 sweeps. Just keep betting on the splits, baby.
That's all we can do.
You only got about 20 minutes to place that bet, though. You got to be paying attention. It's right after the first game. You got to know who loses. Boom. Bet them to win the second game. But seriously, of all the games in the NFL, Giants, Panthers.
Daniel Jones versus Bryce Young.
Giants, Panthers worse than Giants, Cardinals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Worse than Panthers, Cardinals?
No.
So it's
No,
safe
just and not because that I think the Giants are better than Arizona. It's just they're more marquee. Okay, but I mean, honestly, this is a dreadful game. I mean, you think the reason they sent it to Germany was literally somebody in the room said, "We got to get this game out of the States." This game's horrible.
PU, get
We
this
should
out of
not have to make any season ticket base watch this game. I mean, it's seriously.
And the ironic thing is we will all, not all, but all of us, the 3 of us, will be awake at 9:30 watching it.
I mean, these are 2 teams that were in the top 6 of the draft, for goodness sakes. Carolina should have been picking 1. The Giants were picking 6th.
I have to be honest. I try very hard on Sunday. My wife is a very good Catholic. She goes to church with a smile on her face on Sunday mornings. I get dragged. It's my job. My wife has basically told me, you're going. I don't want to see you complain anymore. I don't want any bad looks. I don't want any sighs. Suck it up and deal for 90 minutes, basically.
No snark, no sarcasm.
Right.
Yeah, you save that for the show.
I think on the morning of November 10th, I will be ready to go to church at any time to not have to watch Giants and Panthers.
I like Mark, I too am Catholic. Okay. I go twice a year. Easter and Christmas, unless I'm working Christmas, then it's once a year. And I too may go to church Sunday morning. Giants, Cardinals.
Do the people at church know who you are? Like, do they know what you do?
Oh, yeah. The last time I went to church when I lived in Southwest Florida, literally the last time I went to church, it was Easter Sunday. And I got up and the woman in front of me turned around and said, David, it's great to see you. See you at Christmas.
That's amazing.
So Giants and Panthers in Germany.
Woo!
The highlight of the international schedule.
NFL's got a sense of humor. All right. Approaching 8 minutes before the hour. Seth Everett coming up at the top of the hour. Time now for the Molly Maid play of the day.
I will not rub it in too much for Rays fan, but the Boston Red Sox walked it off in the 12th at Fenway Park.
And a shot. That's going to be fair. Off the tarp. Here comes the run. Wong will score, and the Red Sox will walk it off. 5-4, the final score tonight in 12 innings.
That was a big game for the standings in that division. I mean, I know it's early, but how much longer are we going to say it's early? I mean, we're reaching that point. Summer's coming. The games matter. But at any rate, there's your Molly Maid play of the day.
239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839. That is the number for Molly Maid. Make sure when you call, you tell them Miller and Moulton sent you. The place, if you're looking to get a house cleaning service, we recommend Molly Maids for your home.
Alex Cora is going to be a free agent at the end of this year, the Red Sox manager. He can turn chicken blank into chicken salad. He's really good.
I'd take him in a heartbeat.
I mean,
my team.
He was involved in the whole, Astros banging the drum, scandal and all that, but he can really manage.
They are playing very well for a team that's not supposed to. They're pitching incredibly well.
Mm-hmm.
That division's a treat to watch every single night. It is. Or every day, I should say.
Rosarena is starting to heat up a little bit. Homered in the loss. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett, he will begin our interview hour. Coming up next. Thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Morning.
Morning.
Trent, it is Memorial Day. You do not look at the standings before Memorial Day.
Right, but we're getting close.
I know, but he asked. He said, when do you start looking at the standings? Memorial Day. That's the answer, not May 15th.
Okay, I don't hate that.
Yeah. How are you, gents?
We're good. One thing here. Anybody see Paul Maurice's presser post game yesterday?
No, I fell asleep.
Good. Yeah. So he was asked basically, what was your message to the team? Like, he got off to a slow start and what have you. And he said, well, I just thought they needed some profanity in their life. And I brought some. I don't excel at a lot of things in my life, but F me, am I good at that?
Who's the best swearer that you've ever been around?
That's funny.
My buddy's father, Lou Furlow. He was a Picasso with expletives.
PJ Carlissimo is the best.
Oh, really?
Swearer I've ever seen.
Okay,
I blushed.
My stock on PJ just went way up.
I blushed. All right. PJ Carlissimo lit into his team during a timeout one time. I was literally sitting right behind the bench. I blushed. I don't blush often.
My favorite is on Sports with Friends. My friend Softy in Seattle came on the first time, and he said, are you allowed to curse on this show? I said, yeah, it's not a big deal. If you do it excessively, I put an explicit lyric on the podcast notes. You can mark it.
Mm-hmm.
And he went, okay, F, 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 F. Done. Now that's settled.
Okay. So there's a question in the Twitch chat room. Will you go to the Indiana Fever New York Liberty game this Saturday and take one or both of your daughters to go see Caitlin Clark?
Oh, that would be fun, but no. That would be cool. What do I have Saturday? I have something, or else I could. Well, no. Hold on. Let's not bury the lead. My mother's in the hospital, so I think she's getting out Friday or Saturday. So I'm going to be there to help make that transition. So I'm not going to Madison Square Garden anytime soon. Yeah, she has pneumonia and blood clots. And the blood clots, she's already on blood thinners. So they're trying to determine the cause of blood clots. And all I can say is 60-year smoker. You kind of can see where that's going.
I think we can narrow it down.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're dealing.
Well, all the best to you, big fella.
Thanks. Yeah. So, that's why Sports with Friends is a little late. We'll see if I get Hall of Justice done on time. It depends on what I have to do today.
You okay if the Devils sign Sheldon Keefe as coach?
I'm fine with that. Okay. I'm fine with that. Let me get to be a 100-point team every year and not advance past the first round. Let's have that conversation.
Seth, it's so funny being a Wings fan right now. I'm right there with you. There's talk of Marner going to Detroit, and my son, who's all in, he's like, "Fine, got to get to the playoffs before we can worry about winning in the playoffs."
Right. Let's do that. Yeah. That Edmonton Vancouver series, I hate that it's so late. It's so good.
Yeah, we can mind it.
listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Third hour of Miller and Moulton. We've got guests all three segments, and we begin with our friend, Seth Everett. He of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice, two terrific podcasts. They have listeners, they have sponsors. I mean, that in and of itself that makes it, we talk about the one percenters, Seth, the one percenters, the two percenters. I mean, you have listeners and you have sponsors to your podcasts. I mean, in life, you may not be a one percenter, but in our world, you sure are.
I wonder who's going to listen to this week's Sports with Friends. I know we usually do that at the end, but do you guys remember? And David, this is more for you because Mark, you lived in Detroit, so you might not have been as exposed to it before sports radio. So we're talking late 70s, early 80s. Do you remember Sports Phone?
Oh yeah,
of course.
Totally.
David will give you the number right now if you need it.
976-1313.
Absolutely.
But these two guys, Howie Carpin, who worked at Sports Phone for 12 years, and Scott Ojera co-wrote a book about the history of Sports Phone.
We're going to have Howie on next week, I think.
Nice. Oh, that's awesome. And so they did Sports with Friends yesterday. I haven't put it together because I've been dealing with some stuff, but oh my God, it was so much fun. So my thought is there are going to be people who download that podcast who go, what the hell is this? And why am I listening to this? Or they'll go, oh, I remember that. So it's either going to hit like a home run or a absolute zero.
It's so funny you bring that up, Seth, because David started the show today when we've been doing this for a while and the NFL schedules are coming out. And David would always relate the schedules coming out to when Steve Martin and the Jerk had his name in the phone book and start yelling, the new phone books are here, the new phone books are here. That was always our line for the schedule. And I'm like, David, do you know when that movie was made? And I asked our producer, Trent, do you know what a phone book is?
Right.
And he barely did.
Yeah, that's right.
He said, well, I've seen one. I've heard of one. Right.
He said, he said, and I quote, I've never owned one, as if you went to the store and had to buy a phone book.
Right.
I remember another dear friend that you guys know, Marty Appel, who was a longtime PR guy of the Yankees from like during the Bronx Zoo, like the late 70s. He wrote a book about Casey Stengel. And he literally, I felt terrible, but he says to me, he says, can I come promote my book on your podcast? And I said, do you think there's a human being who knows who Casey Stengel is that knows what the word podcast is? I just said, I don't think I'll sell one book.
Seth Everett, Seth_Everett on X is how you can follow him as well. So, what do you make of, baseball goes with Roku. They replace, all right. First off, just your thoughts on that until we get to other things. It's not a ton of money, but, they're going Roku for those Sunday late morning. I guess they're going to push the games, most of them, to at least afternoon, very early afternoon.
Right. So I know a little bit about Roku. Roku has a channel, and it's a free service. So anybody who wants to get Roku, you don't have to have a Roku device. That's a misnomer. Formula E did an exclusivity deal with Roku, and they air the world feed, which is what I used to get the VPN for, and I used to pretend I was in England and all these other things. And the races are usually Saturday and Sunday mornings when I'm awake because I'm doing iHeart. And the Roku channel is actually pretty decent. They have the Weird Al movie starring Daniel Radcliffe, which was a pretty funny satire movie. It's pretty. I mean, it's not Citizen Kane, but it's a good movie. And the Roku channel having a baseball game, this one, if they explain it correctly, is not going to tick people off because they're not going to have to give your credit card to watch the Red Sox play the Rays. Like that's not going to be that big a deal. Again, baseball is scrounging because when ESPN drops them, Roku's not going to make up that money.
What is? I mean, Seth, we've got basketball with their new deal, $7 billion. Obviously, we know that the NFL's deal's tremendous. What does baseball do going forward. I mean, it seems that there's money for everybody out there in the streaming world. Is there for baseball?
Well, the only thing I could think of is that what they're going to try to do is take the RSN deals that they are in the process of taking over. And it's just so funny that MLB dropped the ball so much. You know, when Bally's asked, the Bally Sports Networks announced their bankruptcy, baseball's chimed in and said, "Don't worry, we're going to produce the games ourselves, and they'll look like the local broadcast, and we'll be fine." And that's in Arizona and San Diego and Colorado. There's a handful of those games. Now Comcast has dropped Bally's. Oh, David, did you know Comcast dropped Bally's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
I just want to make sure you know.
Me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 weeks and counting. I can't get my baseball.
And baseball is not even moving on possibly offering some kind of a paid streaming option for Comcast subscribers. There's nothing baseball can do. And you can say, well, their hands are tied. It's all a contract, and that's the deal. This is why these teams who signed an RSN deal thinking it was 1997 are not recognizing the writing on the wall. And so there is, and when I say numbers in the millions of people who were watching your sport who are not now and don't know how to fix it. I just think that is hysterical.
Well, we all saw
when
the clip.
ESPN drops you, you're just going to lose money because they're not doing any during the week games anyway.
Well, there is some debate as to whether ESPN is dropping them in a strategic move to negotiate it down, or whether ESPN's actually going to be done with baseball. If they're done with baseball, that will be alarming. If they're using it as a business tactic to actually either get more baseball for the same price or get it what they have now for less, then, that's quote unquote good business. But we all saw the shot in Atlanta where you're sitting in the lower seats and you've got a TV screen at the Braves' new ballpark, and you cannot see the game that you're 8 rows away from watching on the screen in front of you. You get the blackout screen of, sorry, we don't.
And
carry.
above the right field fence, there's
and there's the corporate headquarters.
Yeah,
beyond the right field wall.
It's comical. It's comical. The weird part about all of this, to me, from ESPN standpoint, if you've noticed, with all the conference realignment, and now they're talking about more, and they're talking about changing, and the college football playoff, and all the different realignment rules, you notice ESPN hasn't dropped one C or D level conference. They haven't dropped one because they still want ESPN Plus to be a thing, especially with their new streaming venture with Turner and the other one, Paramount. So what they are doing is they are keeping content upon content upon content upon content. They are not dropping anything. So for them to strategically say, we don't want baseball, but we really do at a reduced rate, I don't think that's true. I think what they want is they have a budget and they don't want to exceed it to keep all the other properties they have.
What does ESPN Plus do to ever become profitable, though, Seth? Because it's not making money. It's losing a tremendous amount of money. And the content that's on it is what you just said, a bunch of C and D level conferences. There's not anything on there. There's, hockey. It's a niche sport. I mean, there's not anything of substance on ESPN Plus that people are running to get ESPN Plus for. Do they have to put an NFL game on it?
ESPN Plus to me is just, it has everything. And like they've been promoting during the hockey playoffs, that Saving Sakic documentary. I mean, I'm all in on that. That's tremendous. There's so much there in terms of content, and I never watch. And I don't do this to be funny. Like, I have never seen First Take or Cold Pizza or any of those talk shows on Fox either. I don't watch any of them.
And
but
he proved his point there because he referenced a show which hasn't existed.
Cold Pizza. Come on.
I don't know.
No, that was.
I think Trent was in grade school the last time that show.
I do barely remember it. Skip Bayless was on it.
Right. And so, all that talking head stuff. And what I've noticed on the ESPN Plus app is they don't really promote that stuff. What they promote is games.
Right, but it's not profitable, Seth. It loses money. What does that? I mean,
But all the streaming service, Peacock loses money.
Right.
Well, the only one
Paramount loses money.
Well, isn't it just Netflix? Is Netflix the only streaming service that's profitable? Because Amazon, I mean,
Amazon, but it's hard to call it, right.
Right. How much of Amazon is you get Amazon because of all the boxes that are showing up at your door, or vice versa?
Yep. Yeah, and the thing with Amazon is they have the least amount of volume content, but it's all high quality, like really, really good.
What do you think if the NFL goes to Netflix, by the way? Amazon's trying to keep the games, but right now Netflix, the word is they're going to get those 2 Christmas games, NFL.
The weird part about the Christmas game is if you're doing it to get in business with Netflix, then okay, but you don't have to do it on Christmas Day. I thought the strategy for having a game on a Wednesday, which the Players Union can't stand, was to beat the NBA. So why would you put a scenario where the NBA is going to be on ABC 5 games and you're going to be on Netflix?
Because
it doesn't make sense that it's Christmas.
Okay, here's why. Because it's on a Wednesday, and if they go with a streaming service that they don't have, like the networks don't necessarily want the game. Also, it's a chance for the NFL to kind of a little loophole. Okay, since it's on a Wednesday, and they could just say, "Listen, how about we just farm these 2 games so they can do what, Seth? They can make another $200 million."
They can. It just seems very. It's very petty. I thought,
and they don't want to give up doing games on Christmas. They've established themselves on Christmas. They're winning.
Right.
They don't want to take a year off.
It's a shame. It really is a shame. The NFL to give the NBA a day. I don't even like the NBA, and I give them a day.
They won't give college football the first
Trent Tucker
Saturday
still on the
of their
Knicks?
playoff.
Is Trent Tucker still on the Knicks?
Oh my goodness. So you did Sports with Friends. 30 seconds. Hall of Justice, go.
Hall of Justice is on Star Wars Tales of the Empire. And next week it's on X-Men 97.
How many more Star Wars Hall of Justices can you do, for goodness sakes?
We do like one every couple of months. There's a new one. There'll
Star
be
Wars
one for
is
the acolyte.
Evergreen.
Yeah, Star Wars is every time they do something, we do a podcast. It's fun.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. He's Seth Everett. Follow him on X, Seth_Everett. Seth, all the best to your family. And hopefully we'll get better news next week. Be good, my friend.
Sounds good. Enjoy the other 2 guests more than this segment.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Stay on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I love Nick Wright, although I'm sure I'm in the minority. I think Nick Wright is excellent.
It's a hell of a look he's got going on.
Yeah, that I can't get behind, but
DC, that's a tough one for me because I love Belichick. But I don't think he should have anything to do with purchasing the groceries.
do you think there's any chance Bill's just done?
Yeah, there's a chance. I think if he doesn't get hired next year, he'll be done.
Okay.
But I also think that a job's going to open in the NFC East somewhere next year, and he'll be at the very top of the list.
Canada Relief, my opinion, there is no MLB equivalent to Monday Night Football. None. Like David, you would know. Are the World Series ratings? Do those get? I mean, is that even close to Monday Night Football?
No.
And that's the World.
Not unless you got to get deep into a really good World Series these days. Monday Night Football does, if you're not counting the Manning cast and adding that into the thing, an average Monday Night Football game does like 14 million. Now, last year's World Series, that was Texas, Arizona. That's a little unfair.
Yeah.
But
well, let's go 20.
I'll just go 2022. Wasn't it Philly, Houston?
Yeah.
The average viewership was 6 million. Braves Astros 6.5 million. Nats Astros went to a game 7, so it did 8 million. Red Sox Dodgers 2018 8 million. Now, Astros Dodgers 2017 went 7, riveting series, the whole deal. 10.7. I'm sorry, that's a rating. My bad. Hold on. Last year's World Series did 9 million on average. 2 years before Astros Phillies did 11.7, then 11.7. Nats Astros did just under 14. That's because the series went 7. But last year's World Series was the lowest rated of all time. Diamondbacks Rangers. Yeah, well, Game 7 still. Last year's NBA Finals, Nuggets Heat did 14 plus million. Game 5, because it was the deciding game.
All right, we got Isaac. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Arguably the craziest story that came about yesterday, Doug Gottlieb being hired as a Division I men's basketball coach, and he's still going to keep his radio gig. Isaac Schade covers college basketball. In fact, he hosts the Locked on College Basketball podcast. Follow Isaac on X at Isaac Schade, Schade. Schade. Isaac, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour. How are you?
I'm great, David and Mark. Great to join you guys, but I can't imagine doing this and then going to coach a college basketball team.
Well, it's funny, Isaac, because my co-host David did play-by-play for college basketball for a long time, and when we were doing afternoons at this point, would get kicked off the court during shoot-arounds because coaches would freak out because he was doing the show courtside. I'm trying to figure out when Gottlieb's going to tell the team bus to leave, he's going to stay back to do a show. I mean, everything about this is a little bizarre, isn't it, Isaac?
Oh, it's completely bizarre. That's the exact, what you just laid out, that scenario is not a hypothetical. That is real world. What's going to happen? Like a Tuesday, late January, they've got a 7 o'clock tip. His show runs 3 to 5 Eastern time. So, you know, if it's a 7 o'clock tip Central, they've got a couple hours. Does he play a pre-recorded show? Does he send the team on ahead? Do assistants run shoot? Like, these are very real world scenarios that the leadership of both the radio show and the athletics department is going to have to figure out. This is not some pie in the sky. That is the bizarre nature, as you said, of this thing. Oh, by the way, not to mention that he's never been a head coach at the D1 level.
Well, let's just talk about that, though. I mean, he was a point guard. I think he's top 20 all-time in assists. He's the type of player that when he was a player, people said he'd be a good coach. His dad was a coach. He's coached AAU. He's coached Israel in international competition. Just from a coaching standpoint, we'll get back to the broadcasting. Talk about Wisconsin Green Bay hiring him as their coach.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Doug Gottlieb is a great basketball mind. You know, a lot of people right now are listening to J.J. Redick and commenting on how well he understands the game, the nuances. He's up for head coaching gigs in the NBA right now. I think most recently connected to the Lakers. And same thing with Doug Gottlieb. Like, I have always loved him as an analyst. I love his college basketball insight. That doesn't necessarily mean it translates to head coaching because there's so much more than the X's and O's. But from a strictly X's and O's standpoint, I think Green Bay will probably be a good basketball team because he's really good at it. But my word, there's so much more that goes into this. This is a guy in Doug Gottlieb that doesn't at all mind to speak his mind. He's going to say what he's thinking. He's going to do what he's thinking. And so how does that relate to connecting to boosters? How does that translate when he's sitting in a recruit's home trying to win over mama? You know, like, all of these things come into play as well. And so I think from a basketball standpoint, he's going to do phenomenally. But how does the rest of it come together? There's just no way to know right now.
Isaac, you really hit the nail on the head to me, because when it comes to the boosters and recruiting, Doug Gottlieb has been painfully honest. That's how you do what we do for a living. You don't hold back. In order to recruit and deal with boosters, you have to hold back all the time. Will he be able to do it?
I'm nervous about that. You know, like, what happens when Doug says something on his radio show? Does Coach Gottlieb get in trouble for that at school? Does the parent hold that against him in a home? Like, you feel this way, and my family doesn't like that. I don't know that I can send my son to Green Bay, Wisconsin to play for you, right? Like, so he's got to figure those things out. Is it going to work to continue to be this brash, brazen guy that he is? I don't know. But I tell you what, here's the thing. A potential positive is going to bring eyeballs and ears and awareness to college basketball. Some people, because they want to see what they think might be a train wreck. Some who, as you said, we've got to be in our line of work. We've got to be so brazenly open and honest. So some people want to see the Doug Gottlieb spectacle. Does that work? And others, they want to see, like, can this dude pull this thing off? Because if so, he's superhuman, and maybe I should just go back to bed and be done because I can't handle that much.
I'm very surprised that Green Bay is, and I know they go by Green Bay now, that Green Bay is willing to go along with this, that they didn't say, listen, we're going to take a leap of faith to hire you, but dude, you got to give up the talk show. I mean, if you want to keep your Westwood One, if we don't make the NCAA tournament and you still want to, host on the radio, the tournament on Westwood One, because it's him and the voice of the Raiders, they're the studio host for the whole tournament, we'll let you keep that gig. But aren't you surprised Green Bay went along with this?
I really am. I'm more surprised, to your point, on the Green Bay side of it than the Fox Sports side of it. I can see why for Fox Sports, it's a big win and the publicity it brings to that. But dude, if I was an athletic director, there is not a snowball's chance in South Texas I'm letting that thing happen, man. It's just, it's too, there's just too many variables, too much up in the air. And I could not. If I was an athletic director, that would be an absolute deal breaker for me. And it's funny though, today, Wednesday, they're going to hold their introductory press conference. Yesterday on his show, he did a mock press conference, and his self-awareness of all of these questions that we're asking and trying to answer right now, he let his staff ask him in this mock press conference right out of the gate. Somebody said, Doug, you just mentioned you're doing this radio show and going to be a coach full time. It's not a question of can it be done? It's why is it being done? Like all of this kind of stuff. And he sat there and answered it, but that still doesn't mean that it's a good idea or that it's going to work. I personally think Green Bay is going to regret this.
Green Bay doesn't really run around in the NIL world. Will this help them in any way, Isaac?
Well, funny enough, to that question that I just mentioned, his answer to that was, one of the wins of me continuing to do my radio show is that I can take less money. That hopefully allows me to offer more money to assistant coaches. He talked pretty quickly. He said there are three things I need to do. Number one is I've got to retain my roster, because for folks who aren't aware, even though the transfer portal is open, when there is a coaching change, the existing players on the roster get a 30-day transfer portal window. So Sundance Whit heads off to Wyoming to be the head coach. That's what left this opening. And so his players are going to have a 30-day window. He's got to retain them. But one of the other first couple things he said I've got to do is start getting that money brought in, because that's the landscape of things right now. And until we have a union and collective bargaining agreement and, on and on and on, I'm going to do everything I can to raise money to try to bring guys in. And so while we, don't yet really think of Green Bay as an NIL powerhouse, if he can get the money, look, I've been saying a good bit this transfer portal season, the transactional nature of recruiting right now has never been what it is. And so there is a world in which maybe he doesn't have to be great on the in-home visit, because all he needs to do is walk in and say, hey, I've got X amount of dollars for you. Are you in or out?
Isaac Schade, he hosts the Locked On College Basketball podcast. Locked On College Basketball. Follow Isaac on X at Isaac Schade. That's Shade with a C, Schade. Isaac, thanks for doing this. Hopefully we can do it again. Sorry for waking you up so early, but you got two little ones, so I know you're up.
That's absolutely right. My daughter was in bed beside me kicking me, so it was a welcome to get out of bed.
Thank you, Isaac.
See ya.
Isaac Schade. Talking Doug Gottlieb, keeping the radio TV gig and coaching D1 basketball.
Unprecedented. Do you think it will work? And in what fashion? Miller and Moulton. Whit Watson to talk to PGA. He's next. Thanks for listening.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. It is funny when, Indiana made those shots, closed the game a little bit, but once you get down and start missing threes, games get out of hand in a hurry. That's the ugliness of the game. It's being down 2 scores and abandoning the running game, David.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
What's wrong with going down and getting a 2?
And
everything, apparently. Dump it to the big fella.
drive and get a foul. Score with, wait for it, the clock not moving.
Well, DC, remember the night that ESPN had Friday Night Baseball? They had a doubleheader. They had the 7 and 10 or 7:30, 10:30, whatever games, and both games were no hitters. Yeah, we said that, Joe. 7 shutout innings, 2 hits. This was the first spring training he was healthy at in 6 years. It's a great pickup by the Braves. Low risk. They redid his contract, put an extra year on it. lowered his salary a little bit. For the best lineup in baseball behind him. They got him for the Phillies in the postseason. They got him for, get those lefties out. I just hope he's healthy in October.
Exactly. Exactly,
I
David.
mean, with Strider's injury, they need him a little bit more in the regular season than they were counting on, but I just hope he's healthy in October. It's funny how fast time goes. He's in his mid-30s now. Unreal. Sometimes life seems to go so slow, and then all of a sudden you take a look at an athlete and you go, oh my goodness, what?
God, Trent gives great phone.
Listen, I might hang up on him. He's so
I'm
damn
sensing
friendly.
something. Yeah,
I said,
there's a
my
joke
God,
being
does
made at
Trent?
my
No,
expense.
not at all. A compliment. I said Trent gives great phone.
Well, here we go. We got him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Our guest hour continues with Whit Watson. He talks a lot of golf because a lot of people want to hire him to talk golf, whether it be the Golf Channel, NBC Sports, PGA Tour Live on ESPN Plus. Heck, 96.9 The Game in Orlando puts him on Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. Making the cut. Talk more golf, Whit. Take more phone calls. Follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson. Whit, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Let's talk some more golf.
Yeah, why not? As I'm sitting here talking to you right now, I'm getting ready to host the PGA Championship preview show on Westwood One tonight, and we'll be on the air because I don't have enough to do already. We'll be on the air after play Thursday through Sunday. So yes, it's a very golfy time right now.
Pretty exciting going into the PGA when you have Rory at the top of his game, you have Scheffler at the top of his game, and even on the Live Tour, Brooks Koepka's now won in his last event, the defending champ. So the best players in the world seemingly at the top of their game heading into a major. That's a good mix, Whit.
Yeah, the PGA Championship promotes itself as the most competitive field in golf, and by its very nature, obviously, there are no amateurs in the field. It's a celebration of professional golf. And given the landscape between the PGA Tour and Live, this is one of our rare opportunities each year to see all of the best players in the field on the same grass at the same time. There are 16 players from Live who are in the field this week. 7 of those are players who were given invitations. They didn't otherwise qualify. And the rest are a bunch of major winners who their major victories are recent enough that they are still eligible for the PGA Championship. And to your point, a lot of the best players are playing their best. McIlroy's coming off 2 wins in the last couple of weeks. Scheffler, 4 wins in his last 5 starts. And it's still kind of it's a guessing game as to how the Koepkas and the DeChambeaus of the world are going to look. Koepka always shows up for majors, obviously, and he's the defending champion. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, and I'm just glad that we finally got all these guys on the same golf course.
Whit, I know athletes hate when we do this, and, you may even hate that I'm doing this and asking you about it, but we have compared Schauffele to, like, Matt Kuchar on his A game, where Kuchar didn't win that often. But man, Kuchar was on the first page of the leaderboard, even if it was at the bottom of it a lot. Man, did he cash checks. If he was winning some tournaments but not winning majors, he'd be going through a Duval phase. When you look at Schauffele, what do you think when you see him?
You know, it's funny about Kuchar. We used to call him the king of the backdoor top 10, and he was the guy that would shoot like 65 on Sunday. And you're right, he was an ATM for years. I personally think Schauffele has a higher ceiling than that. I mean, he has been a runner-up at a major twice, and he does, you know, he wins, but he hasn't won the big one. I think he probably has taken over the title of best player never to have won a major. But I think he can contend at this golf course. He's long enough. It's going to be wet. It's going to a 7,600-yard golf course is going to play longer because the weather forecast is not good. I still think Schauffele's got a major in him. He's just too good. You know, there's no way that he can go forever and not win somewhere. This week is going to be a challenge because of the strength of field, like I just mentioned. But I don't think he's done yet. I wouldn't write him off just yet as, you know, the guy that almost got there. I think he can still get there.
Where do you win this week? You know, the course is long, over 7,600 yards. The par threes are tremendously long. Where does this tournament get won this week, if you know what I mean?
Off the tee. I think you've got to find fairways. I think you've got to be long. And we say that every week. All these guys are long. But this course in particular, and given the weather conditions, like I said, it's really going to favor a big hitter. It's not, you know, the rough. It's not a U.S. Open style penal golf course. You can make pars from the rough at Valhalla, and I think the guys that can hit it long and keep it relatively in play, that's where the game is going to be won, especially if it's wet. So all those players we just mentioned, if you want to like look at a predictive stat, go look at strokes gained tee to green or strokes gained off the tee. Pick the top 5 or 6 guys in those categories, and I think those are the contenders.
We're talking the PGA Championship with Whit Watson. You can follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Real Whit Watson. All right. Obviously, we go back a quarter century. Tiger outdueled Bob May here. Tiger, obviously long hitter. Bob, sneaky long, but not so much. Phil and Ricky finished second, third to Rory 10 years ago. So, but Ricky was sneaky long, but not long. So who are the guys who are, not big hitters, but you think, like you were saying about Schauffele, you think they could be long enough here?
Well, that's a great question. I'll give you one kind of really, really long shot, sneaky name, and that's Akshay Bhatia, the left-hander. He won, only 22 years old. He won the Boys Junior PGA Championship on this golf course at Valhalla back in, I want to say 2018, by chipping in for an eagle on his final hole. Certainly long enough, certainly knows the golf course, and certainly now experienced with 2 career wins on the tour, including one this year, that he could be a guy that sneaks up there. Again, the field is just so stacked. I mean, it's not a matter of not just playing well on the golf course yourself, but beating the other guys. That's the challenge, is that there's so many players who are coming in on form. I think there's a lot of eyes this week on Justin Thomas, who's obviously a former PGA champion himself and playing a home game in Kentucky. And he was very emotional about it. It's a very big deal for him. Will the pressure be too much? I don't know. He's not playing terribly well, but he is at home, and he has won PGA championships before, and he's plenty long enough. So there's a couple of names I would throw out there, in addition to all the marquee guys we already talked about.
5 guys that are in the top 10 of the golf rankings that have not won a major. Schauffele, we talked about. Oberg, who's coming out on that knee injury. Tough. Hovland, Homa, and Cantlay. Out of those 5, the best chance to win this week.
Wow. It feels like Max Homa is due, doesn't it? It certainly seems like he's been in the conversation when it comes to major championships. Hovland hasn't shown us a whole lot recently. He's been going through swing changes and instructor changes. And as you mentioned, Oberg has that injury. I think of those 5, if you're limiting me to those 5, I think Homa would have the best chance. He's got the game for it. And, he's at that age now where it's it's about his time. He's had plenty of experience at big events all around the world. So out of those 5, I would say I would like Homa in that group.
Whit, do you think this is just one of those statistical anomalies, or do you think there's some there? It is remarkable that Scheffler has won all that he's won in the last really 2+ years, 10 PGA Tour wins, all in the months of February, March, and April. Do you think that's just an anomaly, or do you think it has something to do with going from one greens to another? Is it just he likes the courses in the first part of the year and doesn't afterwards? How do you explain that?
That's a good one. I did not know that. I would say, even as good as he is, and there's nobody in the world playing better than Scheffler right now, every player, regardless of ability, there are certain golf courses that just suit them better. And I would say, just from 30,000 feet, I would say that it's probably a question of venues. But he's winning on golf courses that suit him, that fit his eye, where he's comfortable, probably had past success.
Well,
and I would say it's no more than that.
And Whit, to back you up, he's won Arnold Palmer twice in the last 3 years.
Right.
He's won the Players twice in the last 3 years. He's won the Masters twice in the last 3 years. Okay, so backing up, it just seems as if of these, he's won 10 tournaments. I think he's won them on like 6 courses.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Tiger in the old days. I mean, Tiger won everywhere. Let's start there. But Bay Hill was his stomping ground. Firestone was his stomping ground. Augusta National, obviously. I think, and again, we're talking about arguably the best player that ever lived, and of his, dozens and dozens of PGA Tour wins, a lot of them were on the same golf courses year to year. So, yeah, I think that's an apt comparison. That I think that Scheffler is winning on courses that he likes, winning on courses that fit him, and that's true for anybody, no matter how good you are.
With all that's going on off the course and the policy board and Rory not being on it and now being on a different one and seeming to be a little bit of a power struggle and Dunn resigning earlier this week, is it important, necessary that a PGA guy wins this week and that a LIV guy doesn't?
I would say, I understand the question. I would say no. I don't think it's that big of a deal because, we are in a fractured state in professional golf right now. And Dunn resigning was quite a blow. That was a bit of a shocker, especially coming the week of a major championship. I don't think it matters that a PGA Tour winner wins. I think it matters that these guys keep talking. And the most striking aspect of Dunn when he resigned was the statement that he issued. He said that no one had asked him to step into conversations with the Public Investment Fund since June of last year, since June of 2023. That was shocking to me. What are they doing? If he's not involved, if no one's asking him to step in, who's talking? Is Tiger negotiating on behalf of the PGA Tour? That is a much bigger question than who wins this week, because clearly we cannot continue on this path. It's not sustainable. LIV is not going to go away, and we've got to do something to get the best players on the same golf course at the same time. I think that is a much bigger issue. I don't, would LIV celebrate it as a PR win if one of their guys wins this week? Of course they will. That's the nature of the league. But it's a much more important question to know, are we still talking, and who's doing the talking? And is there a date? Can we get something on paper to get golf resolved? I think that's the big issue.
Whit, do you think that whether it's Spieth, Cantlay, Tiger, the quote-unquote hardliners, do you think they think that the LIV guys are going to leave and come back because they miss it? Or because I don't see how they think they're going to win this. I think every year more guys will defect. The LIV just announced they're moving their corporate offices to New York City and they're hiring 100 more people. I mean, clearly they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, No, they're not going anywhere. When you have $770 billion in assets behind you, you're not going anywhere. There's been a lot of conversation about, if a live player wanted to return to the PGA Tour, what conditions would that player have to meet? And the hardliners, as you put it, Cantlay, Spieth, Woods, who have formed kind of a voting block on the PGA Tour's policy board, it's been reported that that's the reason why McIlroy was not going to be allowed to come back. They have been pretty vocal in saying there needs to be some kind of a penalty, some kind of payback for having left the PGA Tour in the first place. And to your point also about players leaving, I mean, you guys like what you do. If someone told you, I'm going to pay you $200 million to do the exact same job you're doing now, and you get to work 2/3 as many days a year as you currently work, who says no to that? You get to go, in the case of the golfers, you still get to play the majors, and you're working 14 weeks a year. You're set for life. Your kids are set for life. Your grandkids are set for life. And you're doing the exact same job that you love that you're doing now. Who says no to that? And that's the problem. That's the challenge that the tour is facing. If they don't get a resolution, you're right. They're going to lose more players. I mean, there's been all kinds of rumors flying around about who's been offered and who's not been offered. And supposedly Hideki Matsuyama has been targeted. McIlroy's name has come up. They're absolutely going to lose more players if they can't fix it. And that is an existential threat to the PGA Tour.
Liv thought they had Hideki signed 2 years ago. I mean, I know people with Liv, they literally thought they were going to have a Monday presser. They thought the deal was that done. So that's how hard they've been after him. All right, 10 seconds. Who are you picking?
All right, so in my charity pool with fellow media members in Orlando and Tampa, I took DeChambeau. I took a flyer. I know we haven't seen much of him, but he played well at the Masters, peaking at the right time, plenty long enough, and that's my guy.
Whit, you're our guy. Thanks. And, make sure you get the W-2s in the mail. You need more of them.
You got it, Coach. Thanks a lot.
Whit Watson, NBC, Golf Channel, ESPN Plus, Westwood One. The Game in Orlando, Saturday mornings. He joins us here on Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, Give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I think this is about to be the longest podcast title ever with 3 guest names. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
I do.
You could just put 8 a.m., the interview hour. Parenthesis, 3 guests.
I had to laugh because I do listen to Greenie's show when I get in my car because the station's on. And I found that there's things on it I like, and I don't get the other station in that well, and it's fine. I think the trivia thing they do, I think they do a really good job with it.
Okay.
But they're young guys after it was 2-0 Minnesota. This is going to be a sweep. This series is over. I mean, they were pounding the table, and I'm like, oh, it's 3-2 Denver now.
Hey, listen,
What?
Adam Silver influenced this series. He did.
Yes, but I'm just to what Mark was just saying. It was 2-0 going back to Minnesota.
I understand, but I never thought it was going to be a sweep.
And that's fair, but it wasn't.
I mean, they had decided advantage. I get it, but it just
the young guy.
Exactly.
It's always the young guy.
Yes.
I just think it's funny that I kind of see where he's coming from more than you did.
Of course you do.
Sometimes I forget to shut the door, and I get dirty looks from people as they walk past because I'm being too loud.
Oh,
F them.
Thank you. I know you've seen this story, David, because it's been out there. Have you seen what the Mariners are doing with hot dogs?
Dropping them.
Parachute hot dogs.
Trust me, it's part of for the schedule tonight. I'm hoping for an early season Seahawks game. Okay, and that the Mariners are playing on Sunday, and I can go to the Mariners game.
And nice if you got a Washington game early.
The only game that I saw rumored besides the opener, week 4, it's rumored Monday night, Seattle at Detroit, September 30th. It's rumored.
At Detroit?
Yes. Seattle at Detroit. That was the key there.
Now that
you're listening about as well as Moulton during it. I've got to be honest. Because literally you asked, I gave the date of every NFL international game, and you came back with what's the date on that?
Hey, what's the dates on those?
I did. I deserve that.
And here's the funny thing: for as bad at listening as you are, you're still better than Felipe was. Oh no, he was, and you could ask him about it. He was awful. It was as if he was listening to a completely different radio show. I think Mark at times had to check him, like, are you listening to a different show? And like you pull one, ear thing out to like comment on ours.
AirPods in underneath the headphones.
Seriously, I couldn't see it with all that, with the fro. Honestly, it was as if he was paying attention to a different show.
That's funny.
Welcome to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, heard in the 239 and the 904, and we're very appreciative of that. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Today's a big scheduled day. Yesterday was a big college football scheduled day. The networks are doing what's called the upfronts. This is a 5-day fiasco in New York in which the networks show off what they're going to have for their fall lineup into the winter and what have you. And they've got a bunch of advertising people in the audience and media people. And so that's why you got the Brady news and you got the Fox opening day, because Fox unveiled their first game and because Strahan introduced Brady. It's interesting. Strahan goes to 2 of these. He's at the Fox one, and then he's at the ABC one with Good Morning America. But
didn't Gus Johnson? What did Gus Johnson do? He did something similar with.
Well, wouldn't it be with Fox?
Yeah, but it was at that same event.
Yeah,
he introduced. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm sorry.
Thanks for that drop in. Connecticut School Broadcast really paying off right there.
Oh my goodness. Well, what do you expect from hat on backwards guy? Quick sidebar. We talk about this all the time. Media bias. So the upfronts are in New York. It's the capital of the advertising world. Mark, what have we talked about the Northeast? What doesn't the Northeast like and follow?
College football.
So ESPN, during their upfront yesterday, had Vince Young and Adrian Peterson sitting on stage telling war stories. Well, Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC and them. Okay. They unveiled their logo also. This is our special SEC ESPN logo. It got bad reviews from the college football fans. They thought it was the NFL logo with the insertion of SEC and ESPN into it. And they didn't like it. They're like, can't you make one that, looks more like the SEC logo? So anyway, but at the upfront, you got Vince Young and Adrian Peterson telling, by those that care about college football, awesome war stories. You could only imagine if the event was held in Dallas. Okay, how the audience would have reacted and the whole deal. Yeah, put the upfront audience totally to sleep. They don't
care.
No, they're asking, who the hell are these 2 guys on stage? What? And who cares about Texas Oklahoma football? When is? Can we get Robin Roberts out here, please? Right. So that's just, it was their full display yesterday at the upfront. It was those who were in the room, and I talked to a couple of them, they said it was hysterical. If it was in Dallas, it would have been thousands, laughter, beer sales, the whole deal. Honestly, people were on their phones. People were talking to people on their phones at the upfronts while those 2 were on stage. So there you go. But we found out some college football games yesterday, because the networks are making their announcements. ABC unveiled like their first couple weeks, and obviously they got a ton of terrific games. But Canes Gators, baby, Saturday afternoon, August 31st, 3:30.
Could it be any hotter?
I really don't think so. No, I don't. I mean, week 1 or week 2, August 31st, September 7th. Which one do you think's hotter?
And it won't be hotter, but the other, you sent me a list, or it got to me yesterday. That Saturday looks really fun.
Yeah.
Clemson, Georgia, Miami against Florida, and Notre Dame and A&M. Those are terrific games.
Right.
I sent it to my son, who's a big Georgia Bulldog fan. Mom went to school there. And I thought he'd just be fired up to see it. College football fan can never be pleased, David.
No.
You know,
You got that right.
You know what his response to me was when I sent it? Why are we playing at noon?
It's so funny you say that because Fox, and I think it's September 7th, they have Alabama at Wisconsin. Well, Fox's big game is what? Big noon.
Right.
And so sure enough, it's noon Eastern, which means 11 a.m. Central. Oh, Alabama fans are just fit to be tied. What are we doing playing at 11 a.m.? Are you serious? We don't play games that early. What the heck? This isn't Western Kentucky we're playing. What the? It's like, come on.
Reminds you of the old Jefferson Pilot, the noon SEC game you'd get that started and when it was in the Central Time Zone, it'd be an 11 o'clock kick.
Totally. I like Dave Neal. Don't want him doing my game. Come on now.
Serious question. If Nick Saban's still the coach, do they play any games at noon?
That game's not up to it. Alabama
Fox
controls the start time. This is the other thing. College football is the exact opposite of the NFL. In the NFL, even though it's not 100% anymore, Fox does some A/B. Like, by the way, we thought CBS's number one NFL game was going to be the Super Bowl rematch. Kansas City at San Francisco. We figured it'd be CBS. Kansas City on the road. It's a Fox game. Week 7, I think it is. And Brady and Fox is doing it. Huh. It's a hell of a game for CBS not to have, don't you think? But the home team in the NFL, home team in college determines the network. 90% of the time, road team in the NFL determines the network.
Although that's kind of going away because
right,
the last TV deal, CBS has voiced a few complaints that they were getting the short end of the stick on games, which is amazing that they're not getting that one, David.
And there's 3 primetime games now, Thursday, Sunday, Monday. So it's not as ironclad as it used to be. And you're right, Mark. Here's the other thing, though. Think about how much more entertaining the AFC teams are than the NFC. If you had to list your top 10 of teams you want to see play.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Of course you do, because you
not because I'm not saying Lions, Cowboys, 49ers. Those two
and Packers. No. And Packers.
Packers,
Absolutely.
Eagles,
who?
Eagles, Giants.
Not Giants.
Those markets.
We're talking about teams that are entertaining to watch right now. The
this year.
Giants are not an entertaining team to watch.
No. This year.
They're a great market. They're a great fan base. That you're right on.
I thought you meant TV draw, but
well, yeah, I do, but they also have to be entertaining. Like the Giants, if they're 4-2, now the Giants are top 8. Okay, that networks want. Okay, but if the Giants are 1-5, we dropped the Chiefs game on Monday Night Football last year. We dropped the Chiefs because they were playing the Patriots. I think we chose the Vikings Bears instead of Patrick Mahomes because of who they were playing.
It was Vikings Bears, and I think that game finished, what was it, like
12-10.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bears didn't score a touchdown and won. Yeah.
Josh Dobbs for the Vikes.
But the Miami Dolphins would be listed top 10 most entertaining franchises. I'm not saying best draw. I'm just saying from an entertainment standpoint, there aren't many teams that are more entertaining to watch than the Miami Dolphins.
Well,
as long as they're at home, it's not snowing.
Like
last
things year, like that. Monday Night Football had a decision to make last year. They had a doubleheader second Monday of December. It was Packers at Giants. It was Titans at Dolphins. And, there are times in which we had a network executive who was with us on the road all year last year. And so he was in the production meeting. And a few weeks out, he asked, hey, kicking around, because it's which game are we going to have Joe and Troy do? Which game's the A game? And at the time, the Packers were below 500. And we were like, come on, you can't send us to do the 4-6 Packers and the Giants. Come on. I know it's the Packers and the Giants, but come on. You got to send us to Miami. The Dolphins could be the 1 seed, blah, blah, blah. And obviously they sent Joe and Troy to New York because it's the Packers and the Giants. Now, the Packers lost that night. And then they went on their run because of the draw, the helmet. But entertainment? I mean, what game would you rather have seen last year, second Monday in December? That Packers-Giants game? Or the Dolphins?
Tommy Cutlets, baby.
Yeah, I know. Tommy Cutlets. I know.
That was the heat of that storyline.
That was that storyline.
But David, to your point, I mean, I got to visualize stuff. If you didn't hear yesterday's show, I'm a very visual guy. I wrote down Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. This season, it's the Chargers with their storylines, the Steelers with their quarterback battle. Those are
healthy Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Yes.
You haven't mentioned the Dolphins. You haven't mentioned if Aaron Rodgers. Listen, if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, I mean, come on now. If Aaron Rodgers is healthy, he's a top 10 quarterback in the league. If the Jets have a top 10 quarterback in the league with that defense, an improved offensive line, and they've even improved their weaponry. If Aaron Rodgers is the 8th best quarterback in the league this year, how many games do you think the Jets are winning?
12.
I was going to say at least 10.
That's fair. Saying it out loud, I'm just kind of like, wow.
Because if he's a top 8 quarterback with that defense, that makes him like the top 3 quarterback with a normal defense. That defense is elite.
Right. Like with mediocre quarterback play last season, the Jets are a playoff team. But
with mediocre.
They had my guy, Zach Wilson. So,
yeah, your guy. I think Zach Wilson will be filling in doing Doug Gottlieb's radio show in a couple of years. Well, Doug's like, listen, I can't. We got a road game. And Zach's going to fill in for a couple of days. I'll be back Thursday.
Oh my!
How many shows does he get off because the team's playing? I mean, it had to be negotiated in the contracts. I don't do my show on game days.
Oh, Fox doesn't care. I cannot emphasize that enough. They don't care. If it's up to Fox, they're literally like, yeah, tell us when you're working.
Doug Gottlieb coaching Green Bay in college hoop and continuing to do his national radio show daily.
Mm-hmm. I mean, come on, that's funny. I mean, I know that funny. Now, you could argue 7.5 months out of the year or 7 months out of the year in theory. But, I mean, don't you go on the road?
Recruit a little bit?
Right. Hey, listen, we need to get this recruiting visit done by 2:00. I got to go do a radio show. And next thing you know, the visit's going really well and what have you. I mean, what do? You bring your equipment with you. You go, hey, you guys got a spare bedroom? I just need a couple hours. I got to do a radio show. Then we can go out to dinner.
In Green Bay.
Right. Hello. You guys like cheese curds? Yeah. Order me some. Welcome back. Doug Gottlieb here on Fox.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Slovakia's prime minister got shot, if anybody cares. I mean,
Shot and killed?
no, shot and wounded.
Wow. Last night, by the way, was my record for least amount of sleep. Just playoffs, wired.
When are you having like your last energy drink?
No, it's not that I couldn't sleep. It's that I didn't go to bed till late.
The Nuggets and the T-Wolves?
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't even make the start. I'm watching Edmonton and Vancouver, waiting for that game to start. I'm like, it's 11:15. It hasn't started yet.
By the way, what the hell with Vancouver? You got an AHL goalie. They're totally panicking. They put him in between the pipes, and you put 3 shots on goal for the first 24 minutes of the game. What the hell? Don't you just have to shoot the puck? I didn't understand it.
Yes.
Edmonton was buzzing the first period, though.
They were.
I mean, not a lot of hitting in that series.
It's all finesse.
I'll tell you what, Connor
All right, go
McDavid-
Raiders. I put the Knicks in the toilet after game 2 when they were up 2-0. I still thought the Pacers were going to win.
I still think the Pacers are going to win.
I think it's going 7.
Knicks.
But they got to figure out a way. By the way, so last night they had Draymond Green, and who else was on there with Kenny, and who was the other one?
I didn't watch
But they didn't. Shaq and Chuck had the night off
because they were at the upfronts. They were in New York. They were entertaining clients.
Okay, I'm like, why do you give them the?
Turner is still desperately lobbying behind the scenes to keep the NBA. And
apparently Draymond was awesome too.
And I think Shaq and Barkley were part of the emergency meeting last night.
Okay, all right, then that makes sense. I mean, because
that's why
on the surface it's like,
right?
You can't give. It's the second. It's they can't work. They need load. All I'm thinking, like Chuck, you don't need load management.
That's a good one.
I nearly tweeted at them last night going, when did you guys start taking load management? It's the playoffs.
Google me, Chuck.
Google me, Chuck. Google me.
What was the it's 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2 back to 1. What was the
Oh yeah, he was talking about, listen, we worked this out, okay? It's 1, 2, 3. It's not 1, 2 back to 1. Okay? Don't make me come over there.
Chuck jumped in 2 nights ago and immediately apologized. And then Shaq just stares at him.
Yep.
Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. You got a boost, a sprinkle. It's all coming up in a little over 15 minutes time. Think about what's going on in the playoffs. And there are a lot of people who don't get into the NBA and NHL playoffs. And then, football. I get it. And we're getting there. We're getting around, right around 100 days for both college and pro football. I mean, we are getting there. All right. But so Denver's down 2-0 going on the road. That series is over, right? Nuggets' reign was short. Yeah, I don't think so. Knicks with all their injuries. All right. They get blown out in game 4. Look as if, the tank's empty. All right. They're playing all these guys all these minutes. Brunson's got a bad foot. The Knicks have run out of gas. They're not going to win another game this year. Who on this show has been saying that now for like a week and a half?
Think that's you.
It is. And I'm a Knicks fan.
Right.
Right.
I've been right behind you, by the way.
Yeah. Who won by 30 last night?
The Knicks.
Yeah.
The Pacers have a Madison Square Garden problem.
Well, they do. They do.
The bright lights are affecting the Pacers.
And the people in the stands, they yell mean things, nasty things. They get into the family heritage and all that. And you don't put it this way. This is when you want to sit at the kids' table. And the Pacers are comfortable at the kids' table. Okay.
Yeah, the adult table, they are not doing so.
No, this is a family holiday. It's the evening. We've broken out the wine and the brown liquor. It's that conversation at the dinner table from 7 to 10 p.m.
Right. Uncle Jim has just gone political.
Right,
Exactly.
It's an election year.
Right.
Yep.
And
In fact, Uncle Jim went down the hallway, went to the bathroom, came back, put the MAGA hat on. Right. That's where we are in the conversation. Right. Uh-huh.
And then there's Philly.
So, and then there's hockey. I mean, come on, the Bruins are done. Bruins are done. I mean, they're heart and soul of the team. Marchand, he's injured. They're down 3-1. They can't score. They're a one-line team before Marchand got hurt. Okay, now they got like a forward and a defenseman and a goalie. Come on, right? Well, seriously, they got Pasternak, they got McAvoy, they got Swayman. Otherwise, they got nothing else. The Panthers are loaded, deep, the whole deal, and they're at home. Who won last night?
It'd be the Boston Bruins, and the Panthers goaltender played unbelievably well.
Right.
Bob was terrific last night.
Rangers, best team in the league this year, at least by points. They're up 3-0. Okay, Carolina, they got a Rangers problem in the playoffs. Rangers eliminated them a couple times. And they have a Madison Square Garden problem. They never go there and win. So they're down 3-1. They managed to win a game at home late. Yippee! They're not going to win the Garden. Season's over. Get the handshake line. Get it ready. Who won game 5?
Carolina, by dominating the third period.
Right. Uh-huh.
On the road.
I love this stuff. I love Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City, by the way, Oklahoma City won a game in which they didn't play well. That's not something young teams do. Veteran teams do that. We see that in hockey all the time. You're kind of playing an okay game, but you know how to play. Keep him on the perimeter. You got a terrific goalie. If you keep the shots from the outside, he'll make 40 saves. Don't worry about it. We're good. Get one key goal, get a power play. We can steal this sucker. You don't see that from young basketball teams. They shot 38%. They made 7 threes. They came from behind on the road and won a game that they didn't play well.
Didn't really deserve.
Yeah, I was going to say the Mavericks didn't play well either. So that even in a weird way makes it more impressive in my opinion, because it's like you said, David, young team. Both teams don't play well. It's a rock fight. It's on the road.
And so now with that in mind, Colorado's lost 3 in a row. I mean, Dallas just going to steamroll them tonight, right? I mean, shouldn't we? I know we normally make our picks next segment, but I'm just saying, based on literally just this week, just literally what we've seen in the last 72 hours, don't you have to bet the Avs tonight?
Probably should.
Every team that we said, they're cooked.
But they're desperate, and that's where the Avs are right now.
So, love the playoffs.
And we might have a new mini betting system just based on this week that we might stick to.
What is that?
What? Do you just go
the opposite of what we think?
Yes.
Well,
that's
how all the the casinos. That's why they keep getting bigger and more of them, because people bet what they think, and casinos laughing, going, "You guys are idiots." But this goes back to 20 years we've been doing this. This goes back to when Gary Danielson, first time on our show, said, "I don't believe in momentum." It may be the only time that both Miller and Moulton looked at each other with mouths agape. And he was sitting in our studio when he said it. And we looked at one another. And then we looked at him. And literally we looked at him like, that might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And he goes, "Yeah, I got plenty of evidence." Okay. And he just starts rattling it off that he experienced in his career. Never mind the games that he does.
Well, he does have a pretty good case.
Well, think about the last 72 hours.
Yeah. I'm saying based on his career, he's got some good evidence to where he can point to and say
he just points to the drive. He just points to the drive. Okay. He goes, "Come on now. Less than 5 minutes to go. AFC title game. We got the best defense in the world. They're having to drive it 98 yards into the dog pound. They're throwing batteries at him out of the stands. I mean, come on." I don't want to hear it. But just what we've seen, it's Wednesday. I mean, what we have seen transpire in the last 48 to 72 hours in the sports world. Awesome.
And with that being said, what will we get tonight? Dallas and OKC, Cleveland and Boston. Only one hockey game tonight.
I know.
Starting to get to that point where it starts winding down and you're actually going to have to talk to your spouse.
Oh, I know. Because once you get to the conference finals, you got 4 teams and that's it. They play one game a night. I mean, they try to stretch it out, West this night, East this night, but I know we're getting close.
Gonna have to find a show to watch with my wife now.
Well, the good news is you can pick from 18 streaming services.
Isn't there like a U.S. gymnastics championship or something you can watch? There's got to be some Olympic qualifying going on, right?
I'm sure we have it on tape, David. If not,
I'm sure you do.
If not, that whole Bon Jovi thing was released on Hulu a while back.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
We haven't taken that in yet, and I know I can't wait for that.
I watched episode 1 yesterday. It's actually pretty good. No Richie Sambora, which is a little disappointing. But I'm telling you, it's well produced. Good interviews, good footage, good music.
No, see, you lost Mark. Mark was willing to go along with everything you said until that last point.
I don't know. The daughter's listening to Taylor Swift now. I might start thinking Bon Jovi's really good music, David. I'm getting worn out by pop music in my house right now. It really, really went south yesterday when the daughter went back to back with Taylor Swift. She left the room. I said, "Alexa, play Led Zeppelin." And my daughter started booing from the other room. I told her she was grounded for a month.
Yeah, really?
Fortunately, the son, has good music taste. The daughter is a work in progress. I've never been succumbed to pop music before, and it's starting to happen. And I didn't really think it would happen when I was 54.
Yes, and not only that, she just turned 10. This could be a really rough rest of the decade for you. Oh, man. You know what? That Bon Jovi documentary sounded pretty good.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Okay, David, I'm curious. Rank your teams that the teams you're a fan of in terms of like importance. Like, how much sleep are you losing based on?
Well, are we talking like over the course of my life, or are we talking today at the age of 58? Because like growing up, teens, 20s, 30s, the Giants were the team. Okay. And that was when my grandfather was alive. And that was the team that, and the Mets and Rangers are a really, it's like they're both T2.
Gotcha.
I'm probably more emotional watching the Rangers.
But I think what you're saying is, since the Giants have won Super Bowls, you're
Totally.
Yeah.
No, we've talked about it on air. The Giants, I feel as if the Giants don't owe me anything. Honestly, the Giants, if I live 20, 25 more years and the Giants don't win, they gave me 4. You got to be kidding me. I don't think as a fan that you can, would I like them to be better than they are now? Absolutely. But no, I'm good. I really am. I'm good. I got 1 cup in my life, 1. It's been 30 since the last cup. I want a World Series. I want 1 more World Series and 1 more cup before I die. I do. That will piss me off if I don't get one of those. It really will.
I'm not expecting anything. No. I'm not being smart. The Wings gave me everything I could have ever wanted. The Pistons gave me everything I could have ever wanted. Because they gave them to me at a time in my life when it was so much more important than it is now.
No, that makes sense. I laugh because I'm just like,
Sparty getting to a playoff, even though they got demolished. I never thought that would happen. That season was magical.
It was.
That drive to win the Big Ten title game was epic.
Epic.
Oh, I can't even begin to tell you. LJ Scott. We're all in my buddy's basement. We're all covered around the TV. 16 years old.
How about the irony of ironies? They out-Iowa'd
Iowa.
Yes, they did.
But, and granted, and I don't remember the Knicks' last title. I was 7.5. My Knicks fandom didn't start for another year or 2. I remember old Earl Monroe. I remember old Clyde Frazier. I remember the Bob McAdoo, Spencer Hayward Knicks of the late 70s. It's funny when I did a game with Artis Gilmore this year, and I told him, I go, you broke my heart. 13-year-old kid, the first good Knicks team of my fandom, and you came into Madison Square Garden and just slapped us. And he smiled. He goes, love playing in the Garden. I go, yeah. I said, it was best of 3, then the Bulls won 2-0.
When the Knicks were up 3-2 at 94, you think they were going to win?
Yes. I did.
That finals is so fun. I've watched every game like multiple times.
See, it's funny when your team finally gets good. Like the Rangers I swear, even when they lost Game 5 to the Devils in the conference finals and they were going to Jersey down 3-2, I thought this team's different. If there's ever a team that's going to go on the road and win this game, it would be this one. This is the best team of my life at that time. I'm like, if ever a team's going to do it, it'll be this one.
I'm not doing it because it's you. I really think Carolina's forcing a Game 7.
They'd be the 10th team to do it, down 3-0.
I really think they are.
Listen, I picked them in 7. I don't think it's a good matchup for the Rangers. I haven't. Carolina has scored 3 or more goals in 5 straight games against the Rangers. The Rangers can't slow them down.
And they don't score against anybody else. That's
right. Even when they've beaten them, they don't slow
Here we
them
go.
down.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Got a few things in the works for tomorrow. I don't know if anything's finalized yet, but got a few things in the works. We could have 2 Preakness guests, okay? One tomorrow, one Friday. Do you think we need 2 Preakness guests or not? Because the young lady who handicapped the Kentucky Derby as well as any handicapper has ever handicapped a Triple Crown race before, she is joining us Friday.
Well, David, based on the numbers for the Derby, particularly in the market where I am sitting, it doesn't hurt.
And all right, fine. Then we'll have Kurt Becker on the show tomorrow, talking a little Preakness.
And I can't diss our man Kurt. Kurt's been there for us now
Exactly.
for a lot of years, and I'm not going to go away from Kurt Becker.
Right.
He understands and I know Jacksonville, not the horse racing market that the Fort Myers, Naples area is, but we were number 2 to Louisville, and it wasn't close.
No, the Southwest Florida was a solid number 2, a clear level ahead of number 3. The ratings were so strong. In fact, you think now when the Triple Crown is over that Southwest Florida will end up the number 2 rated market.
Can we get 3 guests for the Preakness?
No.
Slow down over there.
Yeah, we're going to interview one of the horses. Stop it.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
You're not brought here for the snark, okay? We've got snark covered.
Right. Okay, you wear your hat backwards.
Happy, joy is what I want of you over there.
Give good phone. Okay, come on the show tomorrow and predict the Lions to go 15-2. Okay.
Think they'll really lose 2? 1841, we start. The first wagon train to make it to California leaves Independence, Missouri. It was a 1,730-mile trip. No interstates.
No, I know. No, that seems like really
no rest areas.
No, that they weren't called that back then. I think they were called saloons.
Big day in 1940. San Bernardino, California. Richard and Maurice McDonald opened the first McDonald's. Today in 41, the hitting streak begins. Joe D, first of 56 games. In a 13-1 loss, by the way. 1973, Nolan Ryan's first no-hitter. 1981, big night on television, David. The Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island.
Ooh.
Today in 88, the Soviets began withdrawing from Afghanistan.
Their head between their legs. Walk across that bridge, dude.
And today in 1990, in the third overtime, Peter Klima scores as Edmonton would beat Boston in the longest game in Stanley Cup final history.
Get the fog threatening. Okay, it's just like looming. It's like, man, this
Klima didn't play, I don't think, either of the first two overtimes.
No, it was amazing. Like, so when was that? What overtime again?
Third.
Yeah, it was like what, his second or third shift since like mid-third period.
Right, because he was a defensive liability. The coach was scared to death to put him on the ice.
Right.
Great offensive talent, but didn't play a lick of defense. Ken Venturi born today. Big birthday list for those that are still with us. George Brett, 71. Dan Patrick, 68. Melly Mel from Grandmaster Flash is 63. That was mostly for David. John Smoltz is 57. Emmett Smith is 55. Desmond Howard, 54. Ray Lewis, 49. Josh Beckett is 44. And Andy Murray is 37. What did I miss, David?
Those of us of a certain age, our mind is going to go down our path here, which, well, it should. It was on this day, Mark, in 1982, that Ebony and Ivory takes over the top spot on the Billboard Hot 100. And so, yes, think about the SNL skit.
If given the opportunity today, listen to the song. It's a nice song.
It is.
And after you listen to the song, download the Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo routine from SNL of Ebony and Ivory, in which Piscopo plays Sinatra and Eddie Murphy plays Stevie Wonder. It's fantastic.
Outstanding. Don't know that there's 10 bits on that nearly 50-year-old show that are better. It was the biggest hit for Paul McCartney post Beatles. You know, outdoing, because he had some big hits with Wings in the 70s there.
Well, he also did that Say, Say, Say song with Michael Jackson and the Girl's Mine on Thriller. That would, if you just asked me trivia, I would have guessed The Girl Is Mine.
For what it's worth, on this day in 72, Alabama Governor George Wallace was shot and paralyzed from the waist down. The next day, he wins primaries in Maryland and Michigan. It's actually going to be a hell of a three-way race for president. Okay, Wallace was doing so well that Nixon may not have gotten the necessary electoral votes. But obviously he had to spend months in the hospital and the campaign, didn't go anywhere. But George Wallace shot on this day in 72, Ebony and Ivory on this day in 82.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Showing that sometimes being technologically stupid can pay off. Pay attention. Cynthia Harris of Cary, North Carolina, thought she was playing the demo mode of the Bison Bonanza, a digital instant game available on the lottery's website and mobile app. She wasn't. She had put in a $2 bet that she didn't know about and won $736,000.
All right. How'd you do it? I don't know.
No idea.
Where do I go to collect the money?
For the bad, we go to Mexico, where a tourist on the beach decided she was going to feed a bull that was on the beach.
I'm sorry, what?
No, you heard that correctly. She was in her tent laying in the sun, and a bull strolled onto the beach.
That's what bulls do, Mark.
They stroll.
Right, for a while.
So then she fed it while gathering her things. And then she started walking away. You know what the bull said?
I want more food.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The bull attacked the woman, knocking her onto the ground. Tourist intervened. You can hear on the video one of the bystanders going, "We tried to blanket tell you." Finally, the ugly, we go to Colorado, where a woman who was just released from jail on a car theft charge is going directly back to jail. She did not pass go, nor did she collect $200. She did, however, leave jail and walked up and down a road right by the jail until she spotted a pickup truck with the keys in it. She started the pickup, but realized she couldn't steal the pickup because it was a manual transmission. So she got out and walked away. The truck rolled forward and struck a fire hydrant. So on top of vehicle theft, she got about 17 other tickets and will go directly back to jail. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 15th, 2024.
Man, that's tough. You get out of the joint and you don't have a ride.
So you steal a car.
And what were you in the joint for again?
Stealing a car. Trent, can you drive a manual transmission vehicle?
Nope. No, I cannot. Never had to. I mean, I just
No, that's fair.
Never had to learn.
There's not a lot of them out there these days.
I've ridden in one,
Boy,
and I've seen my dad shift it all around, and it makes my brain go.
So what makes those of us in our 50s, never mind older than us, feel older? I think about how this show has started. It started us talking about the schedules, which has me doing Steve Martin running down the street and the jerk. The new phone books are here. The new phone books are here. So this could be, Trent, you want us to post a poll question every 9 minutes. Okay. This would be the one I nominate for this segment. What makes Miller and Moulton feel older? Talking phone books with Trent or talking the inability to drive a stick?
Trent not being able to drive a manual transmission automobile, or Trent never owning a phone book?
Owning. Right. That was the word he used. Owning. Right. They're free. They drop them off at your doorstep, but that's okay.
Well, I have this thing called an iPhone and the internet.
We know.
So do we.
I know you do.
You know what? So do we, Trent. Want to give him a 1976 Buick and say, open the door. It's locked.
Exactly. You know what I'm picturing right now? I'm picturing 12-year-old Trent sit on the damn phone books and learn to drive the stick.
Couldn't do it.
Man, never mind. You know what you want to do just to mess with a 24-year-old? Put him in a stick and park him on a hill.
And tell him to go use a rotary phone to call home.
Exactly. I'll hang up and listen now. Yes. All right. Everybody's playing in baseball. 7 of the games are afternoon games, including Marlins Tigers, Trent. You're going to have to illegally download this game at 1 o'clock. Come on. Tigers are minus 180. They're not going to lose 2 in a row to the Marlins, are they?
They better not.
No, they're not.
The Marlins are pitching 0-6 Trevor Rogers with a 6.57 ERA. Needless to say, the Tigers are pretty big favorites. Rays continue their series tonight in Boston against the Red Sox. Jays and Orioles are a getaway day. That's at 12:30. They didn't play yesterday because of a rainout. Just the one hockey game tonight. 4-letter network, 8 o'clock. Do the Stars and the Avs season, Mark?
I think they do. So that means take Colorado because I have been Marty Mush lately.
I'll tell you what, Miller and Moulton have been Marty Mush lately for that great, and it was great 4-month run we had November through February. Great.
I went 2-2 last night and feel like I won.
Right. Dallas is minus 150, so you can get some value with the Avs tonight. I'm actually going to take the value. Avs played really badly in Game 4. I think they'll play really well tonight. And besides, the Stars have lost 3 home playoff games in the first 2 rounds. I mean, their home record, I think, is 3-3 in the playoffs. So much for home ice. All right, let's talk association.
Would you lay the 14.5 with the Celtics? That is a monster number as they try to close out Cleveland. I think they'll close them out. I don't know if I could lay 15 points. I just don't.
Doesn't that number scream that Donovan Mitchell's still not playing?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's already pretty much determined that he's not playing.
Well, are we sure? I mean, because it's kind of, if I'm going to lay 14.5, I got to know. If you know what I mean.
That's true. I don't think there's a game ever that Donovan Mitchell is playing in where he'd be a double-digit underdog in any circumstance. So I don't think he's playing.
He's officially listed as day-to-day. So I would take the points. Team facing elimination, I would take the points. And the Cavs are not as shorthanded as the Heat were when they were facing elimination. So, all right, TNT 9:30, which will be closer to 10-10. OKC 4.5-point favorite at home against the Mavs. Both teams have split on their home court. This series has become a very slow, half-court, plotting series.
Luka and Kyrie didn't have monster games in that game 4.
Luka was not good, in fact.
I think Luka has a big game. I like Dallas tonight. Give me the 4.5.
I agree with you for what it's worth. I like Dallas.
I'm going to take OKC because they're going to play well. And they didn't play well in Dallas and got a split. So there you have it. That's what's going on tonight. Have a great rest of your hump day, and thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.